Hello. Guys. Techmarine. Techmarine guarantee. I was going to go live this soon, but Techmarine is coming. Techmarine is coming, guys. We're going to go over all the new reveals that just happened. Hold on, let me ping the Discord. Oh god. What's up, Hakuna Matata? I see we have a Lion King fan in here. Diesel, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Are you guys excited? We are talking Techmarine got revealed. We're going to go over the article real quick. I made a video about this if you guys want to see it already. I did post one. They put this shit out on an Xbox Wire article. Can you fucking believe it? They put this shit out on an Xbox. What's up? What's up, Red Viper? Great timing. I just finished work. What's up, Red Viper? Yeah, we can definitely, Viper, we're going to get you your weekly today because you've been waiting an awfully long time and you weren't there last time. What's up, Freezing? What's up, Beachab? What's up, Froggy? What's up, Whiskey? What is up, Solomon? Yeah, they put this shit out. Hold on, look at this, guys. They put this shit out on... Is this the one? Hold on. Here. So you guys, look, they put this shit out on an Xbox Wire article, of all things. I just made a video about this, like, 2 seconds ago, but, they revealed all the new Techmarine stuff here. You got the Tarantula Sentry guns. We have the upcoming... I mean, pretty much everything you'd want. Omni-Cyanax is confirmed to have wide sweeping arcs. This is going to be a crowd control class, they said, which I'm kind of shocked by, to be honest. I haven't been playing for a while since I've been waiting for this update. Me too, dude. Actually, that's a lie. I'm playing every fucking day. What am I talking about? Why did I say me too? That's just a blatant lie. What's up, Chidori? I'm playing on Xbox. I'm proud to bring you the news. Yeah, they put this on Xbox Wire article today. I think the reason for that is because they said the game is coming out to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. I don't know how much that actually matters because Xbox Game Pass Ultimate did just like recently get a massive price hike. This is coming on the 29th of January to Game Pass, which means well, first of all, the plan with this is that they want to have more players coming in for Techmarine, and January 29th is also the day we'll be getting the community update. Now, they also said that we will be having, it will be a crowd control focus class. There will be 3 new heroic weapon variants and new customization options for Space Marine helmetless heads. We already know that the helmetless heads, we're probably going to get more. Saber Interactive's definitely hinted that we're getting more DLC heads in the future. But besides that, what's up, Mattis? What's up, Betero? We'll get people in for the weekly in a second. But they already said we're getting the helmetless heads here. So having helmetless heads for the new chapters is pretty cool. We're only getting 3 from the sounds of it. There was a leak for a White Scar a while back. But they've also talked about the fact that they intend to like have Raven Guard stuff too, maybe one day. Is that's a possibility for like Raven Guard heads? So we're getting half the normal heroic weapon variants. We don't know for sure if we will be getting a full like, accolades customization pieces, like new cosmetics are coming for that. We don't know that for sure. I assume we'll get at least 3 of those as well. But I think the reason we're getting fewer heroic weapons this time around is because, first of all, it's a brand new class, so that's a lot of dev time. On top of the fact, we're also getting a new PvE operation. We don't actually know anything like the proper gameplay of this. We know the new operation is supposed to be both Chaos and Tyranids, but beyond that, there's not a ton here. But if we're talking about like customization options for, not customization options, but we're talking about like the new heroic weapon variants, we don't know what these are going to be as far as I know. There haven't been any leaks on these. There's also been 0 leaks on the Kakarodone's cosmetic pack, which is pretty shocking. Because they talk about here, they say, if you own the Season Pass 2, of course, you're also set to receive a brand new Assault Champion skin celebrating the Raven Guard and a unique cosmetic pack for the Kakarodones, a first for this chapter. So we have literally 0 leaks on what this is going to be. We have no clue. But we do know the Raven Guard Champion pack is going to be based on the Ethan Sean model from their recent Chapter Master model got released. So we do know that. On the 29th, same day as the new event for PoE. I know, it is tragic. If I was a PoE player, I'd probably be mad. You just made my day with this news. No problem, Coco. Yeah, I was not expecting them to drop this today. They said, like all, the Techmarine class comes with a unique combat skill and all, so to speak. Its own perk tree with 25 levels to unlock. It will also guaranteed have prestige perks. We don't know what the prestige perks are yet. I did make a video a while back talking about the leaks we had for this previously. If you guys are curious, I'll post that in the chat, or you can just look on the channel that there was a Techmarine video that like went through the leaks. The guns we think that this thing has. I'm gonna pull them up on the screen real quick. So far, is this even it? I have absolutely no clue. Is this it? No, that's not it. There was so there's a loadout here. Okay. Let me put that over. So these are the weapons we know of currently. So this one says Plasma Exterminator on the screen here. That just means Plasma Incinerator. We have the only things that are 100% confirmed here on this leaked list. This was way back in June. Is the Power Axe, the Power Halberd, and the Power Halberd is just the Omniscient Axe or Omniscient Axe. The Plasma Exterminator is also just the Plasma Incinerator. It's just how it's said in the game files. I talked to the wiki admin for Space Marine 2 about this a while back, and he also updated it on the official forums for that too. Hoping for a heroic bolt carbine. We know the operation pretty much fully from internal dialogue. That's true. We don't know what it's going to look like. That's a bigger thing. We don't know what the actual gameplay of the map layout is going to look like, which in my opinion is the most important thing. Inferno pistol. Yeah, it says he has a plasma pistol and an Inferno pistol, but more importantly than an Inferno pistol is it's probably going to have the heavy bolt pistol and normal bolt pistol variants, because it'd be insane if it didn't. Now, as far as the actual article for this, so the main reason they dropped this on the Xbox Wire articles, because like I said before, if anyone's just coming in, they're dropping it on the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate Premium and the PC Game Pass. So they're trying to like just get as many players in for Techmarine as possible. And also, they said it'll be joining in the. They said they did not give us confirmations on what the Techmarine will be playable as, which chapter it will be for the PvP yet. In the PvP, he's probably going to be a Red Corsair. We already have an Iron Warrior, and that's not in this at all. So I already assume that's already like a heavy class, and the Red Corsairs make a lot more sense for him because we did just have the recent Maelstrom release. Now, I'm just going to read through this all for people who didn't see the video, whoever's like popping in. I do have a video on reading through all of this if you're curious, but just for the sake of redundancy. They say, new to Space Marine 2, follow the guide. Before we do, let's go over some basics. You're looking to jump in, blah, 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 blah. They were talking about the fact that the new Techmarine class will be available across all of these modes, with the only exception being the narrative campaign, because obviously it's playing as Titus. They also say Techmarine has a few tricks up their power armor sleeve. At their core, Techmarines and Space Marine 2 are specialists in crowd control and area defense. They'll shine with their combat prowess as much as they do the technology they bring to the fight. In melee, they are able to take on large groups of enemy with wide swipes of their Omniscient Axe, an upcoming patch 12.0 weapon available to only them, while their arsenal and armor augmentations grant them solid efficiency in ranged combat, especially at short and medium ranges. Like all classes, the Techmarine comes with a unique combat skill. So, we talked about this before, that Techmarine is like guaranteed to just be guaranteed to be a hybrid class pretty much. Like if you look at the leaked items we have here for the bolt rifle, heavy bolt rifle, Oculus bolt carbine, and plasma incinerator, this just lends itself to a hybrid class play style in general. Primary, secondary, and melee weapons on top of the servo-gun is just kind of like the fundamentals of that. So it seems the fact that he excels at short and medium range just kind of confirms this to me. And they also say that more than anything, what makes him special are the mechanical arms, his mechadendrite arms, and the automatic turret bolted directly onto his power pack, as you can see here. So we have like the first reveal. This is the servo gun he has that's attached to the back of his backpack. And the big thing here is that you will be able to spec this weapon into multiple different variants. There are not only is the servo gun going to be a bolt weapon, because if you look here, this is just a standard bolter version. We already know there will be a perk called Precision Enhancement that will make the servo gun a sniper variant, and on top of that, you will also have the Plasma Enhancement, which can make it a crowd control plasma variant. So that is the main draw of this weapon. It is confirmed to be AI controlled. I will say that they did confirm. Hold on, somebody's saying no axe for bulwark and assault. Boo. Well, it's an Omniscient axe. It would make sense for bulwark and assault to get that. Game desperately needs lightning claws. Single is fine. I would like lightning claws. Yes, please. Saber claws aren't coming. Yeah, they said claws are not coming yet. Hoping for a heroic bolt carbine. Didn't they mention the new operation was a rematch of the Dreadnought and the Helldrake? I think they said something about that, but like I'm more curious about the actual thing. But as far as this goes, the servo gun will have 3 specs. It is confirmed to be AI controlled. It will also have perks that will basically spec it into only targeting Majoris enemies and above. Those should be pretty useful to a lot of people, I think. Like being able to just spec into that. Now, below here it says, at their core, while you're busy swinging and smashing opponents around with your mechanical arm, your combat skill will put your turret to good use. Activate with the Y button. You can tell this is an Xbox article because they say Y button instead of like other things. They said activate with the Y button to unleash the Techmarine's mounted servo gun and rain divine retribution onto your enemies with a barrage of heavy fire. No need to aim, just watch as the Tyranids and Thousand Suns get vaporized before your very eyes. That is definitely, I mean, that sounds pretty cool. Hopefully the damage is good. Dread Orchard, they have the $5 super chat. FTG and other streamers hate him with this one weird trick. He sells all hard weekly stratagems. Click to learn the truth. Nerf bonds of brotherhood. Thank you, Dread Orchard, for the $5 super chat. But we'll get into the actual gameplay in a second. We're just covering the Space Marine 2 stuff here for a second here. And, oh my god, redundancy in my English. Another feature of the automatic servo gun is that it frees you up by executing gun strikes for you. This is a pretty cool effect that, like, it will automatically do gun strikes for you instead of, like, breaking out of your animations. This is not an effect I expected to come into the game at all, but that is a pretty unique mechanic. There was nothing else like that in the base game whatsoever. And it says when other classes must do it for themselves following perfect dodges or parries. Like, so I have to wonder, will it set up its own gun strikes, or will it simply execute the gun strikes that you have already set up yourself with your perfect dodge or parry? But that is a pretty cool thing. I mean, it sounds like it's just you have to set up the perfect dodge and parry first. That just makes a lot more sense. But it also says Techmarine players will be free to continue aiming at other targets while their turrets stagger or kills their most pressing assailants. I think that this mechanic in particular will be phenomenal for newer players. I think newer players will love having a servo gun that will automatically fire gun strikes for them. I think a lot of players seriously struggle with having the gun strike timings in this game. I think using gun strike timings at like a proper moment can be really difficult when people are trying to push difficulties initially. I think this will be a huge draw of this class. And they also say that's not even everything. With Techmarines being master engineers and technicians within their chapter ranks comes a unique ability to locate and service tarantula sentry guns during missions. Now, up here, we can see that this is a Tarantula Sentry Gun. These will either be, I assume it'll be a pre-designated spot to where you want to put these already around the map. Like, they're going to be randomized on the map, but there are designated locations, kind of like Guardian Relics, kind of like with the Gene Seeds and stuff like that. How useful these will actually be depends on their damage, ammo counts, and HP. There are confirmed perks that will work with this independent of, they will buff your entire team and yourself if you are nearby the Tarantula Sentry Guns. So having this defensive playstyle, they already said this guy is trying to like basically focus on, is going to be a huge portion of this. Now, going down here, they've also said that in a, where is this here? So they've also said that the, I totally lost my spot. Wait, what I said. That's not everything. Okay, chapter ranks comes uniquely to service tarantula guns during missions. Though they can't be carried or placed freely, these can provide much welcome support to your combat squad by attacking your enemies automatically until they either run out of ammunition or get destroyed. So this could be super gimmicky if these are really weak. Like, this could be like a really gimmicky mechanic. If they do a lot of damage, if they have a lot of HP, if they have a lot of ammo, there are perks that we have already seen leaked that will buff up the ammo count of your Tarantula Sentry Gun. But beyond that, you do just kind of have to have the, you just have to have your character basically take his time out of his day to repair these, because the main reason they're putting these in the game is that Techmarines are like 99% of the time in 40k lore, they are sent out to repair for on-field repairs of enemy vehicles and stuff like that. Not enemy vehicles, like Ultramarine vehicles for us, because we're an Ultramarine Techmarine, even though we're red, we're AdMech Ultramarines. And then you also have them repairing vehicles and stuff like that. So we don't have any vehicles in Space Marine 2, obviously. So the runner-up to that would be these Tarantula Sentry Guns, which you really don't see in the tabletop a lot. These are primarily in 30k, if I remember. The Servo-gun is a Forge Bolter. Yeah, this one is. It said the repair was passive, though, so I assume you're just in range. I mean, I imagine there's an interact button, because you can see he's plugging in his Mechadendrite arm here and, like, repairing the Tarantula Sentry Gun. Good morning, such afternoon. What's up, Desai Plays? So you can see he is like, basically just getting in his Tarantula Sentry Gun to repair these. These will be randomly placed throughout maps, and they've also confirmed that these will be in siege mode as well, I believe. So it's not going to be exclusive to the it will not be exclusive to the what the fuck do you call it? Operations mode. My God, sorry, English. So that's a pretty neat thing here. And now the last thing they talk about here is that, the Techmarine and his Omnisci Axe are far from being the only gameplay additions that come with patch 12.0. We're working on adding a 12th mission to operations and stratagems modes, a new mission pickup type, which could be pretty cool if we get like a new item here, kind of like the Sanctified Wrath Reliquary, 3 new heroic weapon variants, and new customization options for Space Marine helmetless heads. We'll reveal more as we get closer to release, so stay tuned to our channels if you don't want to miss it. And we're going to go through this again here. It says, if you own the Season Pass 2, of course, you're also set to receive a brand new Assault Champion skin, celebrating the Raven Guard, and a unique cosmetic pack for the Carcharadones, a first for this chapter. But that may be a story for another day. Looking forward to seeing you all on the battlefield, Techmarines, and the Emperor protects. Head to the Call of War on January 29th when Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 releases on Xbox Game Pass and Xbox Play Anywhere. Now, there is something else I want to talk about here, because they gave us some hints at like when the actual release says they said patch 12.0, the Techmarine update is set to release in just a few weeks. So this is a confirmation of a February release date for the Techmarine class, which means like we aren't going to be seeing it in March like some people expected. February seems to be the time this will be coming out. That's a pretty big boon to all of us, and that we're not going to be waiting super long, because patch 13 is also set for Q1. Because if I pull up the year 2 plan here, hold on, let me put this over. So we put the year 2 plan. Let me just make it a little smaller. See, we have patch 12 set for Q1, and patch 13 is also set for Q1. So we're getting our Techmarine, and then immediately in like March or April, most likely late March, we'll be having the Iron Hands chapter pack on top of the new PvE mission, on top of a new boss enemy as well. And the Iron Hands chapter pack will likely be containing items specifically for your Techmarine. So that sounds pretty fucking cool to me. Where's PlayStation Early Access? I don't think there's any. So the public test server is coming out in like a few days. I will be streaming that, of course. But as far as like the overall for this, just be aware that when this all comes out, we will be playing it on the public test server in a few days, and the official patch will launch in February. Praise the Omnisci, Tarantula Studies, Sentries were in the expansion for the Space Crusade board game from the early 90s. That's true. They haven't been around for a very long time, have they? Not gonna lie, this makes me want to buy a Techmarine to paint. It does look pretty cool. One of the images shows the plasma one. Yeah, this is the plasma right here. So if anybody's curious, it's just like it's like a plasma pistol on the top of your turret, which is pretty neat. Now, how strong is this gonna be? I have no fucking idea. We have no idea at all. Bob Page says, so likely a PTS in like a week, and then the official release after 2 weeks. I think we're probably gonna see the PTS in like probably Monday. What day is it right now? It's Wednesday. So we're probably going to see it on like, we're going to see it anywhere between Friday and Monday. They only release it on weekdays, but probably Monday. That's when I would expect it. So like 5 days from now, they're probably going to release it on the 25th, around there or something like that. Maybe the 26th, and then they're going to release the community update on the January 29th, they said previously. Now, hello everyone, what's up, Octi? How you doing, dude? Yeah, so we're cooking, guys. We are absolutely cooking. There is not much, I mean, like, that's pretty gas. So if anybody has any questions about the Techmarine, we can go over the perk tree. I'll pull that up here as well. Let me just pull it up on the screen real quick. And then we'll actually help some people with their weeklies, because that's what people really want, isn't it? Techmarine, but no testing arenas. True, Hypex. I mean, Hypex, are you excited for the Techmarine? It looks pretty fucking sick. I cannot lie. The fact that you're getting these Tarantula Sentry guns. They also said that it will be Eternal War, however, also allows you to play as a Chaos Space Marine as it pits you against other players in first 6v6 PvP matches. So you will be getting a Chaos Space Marine for the Techmarine class, which will probably be a Red Corsair. What's that? What's up? It's Just Unknown. We're going over the Techmarine reveal, and then we're going to play some hard weeklies here with everybody. Can I join a weekly today? Missed the last one. Of course you can. We do have to get Red Viper in, but I'll definitely try to help you out too. And that's not everything. With Techmarines being Master Engineer Technicians with the chapter ranks, you're locating Tarantula Sentry guns. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to that. All right, guys. Well, that is the coverage that we want to go for that. I'll play the game for Techmarine, sure. I will keep playing after leveling it. I don't know. Well, thank God that leveling this class will probably take like 15 quintillion years for most players, because you will have to solo a lot of content to actually get this class properly leveled, because they will not be lifting class restrictions at all. Now, if we pull up the leaked Techmarine perks we have so far, I assume that, let me find them real quick. Sorry for the delay here, but so Techmarine perks. Let's pull them up. I made a video about this as well the other day, but we'll pull them up here again for the live stream. Is the halberd only on the Techmarine? Yes, it is an Omniscient axe. It will only be on the Techmarine. But here we go. Let's go and pull this up real quick. We'll grab our... I also have a health and armor guide that will be coming out shortly. I was working on that before this. I wasn't even intending to go live right now, but big update, so kind of hard not to talk about it. So look at this. These are the leaked Techmarine perks. I know it might be kind of hard to see them on the screen a little bit, but basically, you will have the option to do your servo-gun will unleash a powerful servo volley. You can use your plasma enhancement, precision enhancement. I made a whole video on this yesterday as well, but they also say the big thing here, basically, is if we go down to strategic gun strike, I know it's kind of hard, you can't see my mouse on this, but if you go down to strategic gun strike, which is all the way towards the bottom, you will see this one reads, killing or incapacitating, or excuse me, servo-gun will only target Majora's level or higher enemies and deals an unknown percentage more damage when the target is more than an unknown amount of meters away. That is a pretty massive ability for the Techmarine. That is a pretty useful thing. I imagine it'll be the best ability for this. I know this is going to be like a crowd control class, but when we're talking about crowd control, if the AoE of the plasma gun is super fucking powerful, that will be pretty good. But for the most part, I think that the major benefit of the Techmarine here will just be like a crowd control, like stagger and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't think it'll have like the Nova damage of an assault class. But anyways, that is, for the most part, what we want to talk about there. More people get in. If you guys have any questions about Techmarine, we can pull up the article again. But let's get some people their weeklies here. So, Red Viper, this code is for you, Viper, if you want to get in. Siege mode will easily get the Techmarine to max level. True. That's what I'll be doing. I know, guys, it's hype, isn't it? It's very hype. But the gameplay sounds very different to other classes, which is nice. It definitely is. I just want to mix and match Space Marines like Sagan and Titus. Just got this game a few weeks ago. Glad new stuff is coming. That's going to be a huge one. Okay, is this Red Viper? Is this Red Viper? The Techmarine. True. Techmarine. I mean, Techmarine's going to be a huge thing. Alright, guys. Viewer, can I join you? It is not me set. Alright, guys, hold on. Please do not accept the code until Red Viper is in. He's been waiting for a very long time. I know I don't have an official join queue. I am sorry for that. But please, let's be respectful and just get Red Viper in here, because he's been asking for like actually like a week at this point. Hey, can I join the next one? Sure, Solomon. We'll reserve a spot for you. I know I don't have a professional join queue. I know it's very tragic, but if not taken, can you play Vanguard? I could play Vanguard, yeah. Is there a queue? There's always an unofficial queue. So next video is going to be about health stuff. Yes, Hypex. It's not going to be like going to the direct damage, the direct numbers what your HP is, but it should definitely improve the understanding of health mechanics. The major health mechanic I want to cover, because like in between the stuff I've been making here, I have been working pretty much I've been working quite a bit on trying to make some guides on the level of the fencing and balance one I made. In between all of this, in between streaming, it's been quite hectic. Okay, we got Red Viper in here. Perfect. So I can play Vanguard to the person that asked me to. I can definitely do that. I need to do a collab with Sturm. I can always point them towards Sturm, because like as far as I'm concerned, my guides, I want to give like the good information, but I'm not going to go. I don't always go into like the most number crunching nitty gritty detail on everything, because a lot of players simply just don't care about that. Is the truth. But if they see mine and they want more information, I link them to the Wikipedia, I link them to that kind of stuff, and I think that's a good way to allow players who want that opportunity to dig deeper into the mechanics of Space Marine 2 to have an avenue to do that. I'm not gonna lie, the primaries are kind of bad. There's probably gonna have more user. It's probably going to have more. It will probably have more. Alright, let's do this ballistic again. This is a pretty easy one, guys. I'm not going to lie. FTG, my beloved. What's up, Kyle? How accurate is the wiki for Space Marine 2? Well, considering Sturm and Alpha, who are both friends of mine, have done half the write-ups, and they religiously play this game. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fucking good. They've done a lot of the write-ups. There's a couple things that are missing that I had to cover on my own that just like, aren't there. Like, it doesn't talk about the HP, the armor regen delay and stuff like that. But, hello everyone, heard the PTS is coming this month. Yes, it is coming the end of this month. That is a confirmed thing. And then we'll be covering the Techmarine launch after. I missed one of the, we are all Deathwatch. Dude, Deathwatch are sick. How could you not be Deathwatch? I wonder if fencing would be meta on the Servo-gun, doing gunshots for you. Wiki is pretty much accurate. There's still some wrong info, but yeah, it is pretty good. I did ask Alpha Hypex. I had Alpha, he said he updated some of the tech codes, so if people are confused in the future about things like the Plasma Exterminator on that loadout thing we showed, it'll fix that after. Here, let me post this in the chat for anybody coming in that we have a video for the Techmarine out right now. We shall collapse the superstructure from below. As the codex dictates. Visibility low. Techmarine reveal. The battle disturbs Avarax's arid landscape. Dust schools can arise with little warning. There we go. If conditions obscure the path, look for the flashing guideposts. I got a Deathwatch Space Wolf. Can't wait for the voice pack. So on the note of the DLC voice pack, they did talk about having more voice packs in the future that are going to come out just like that. Now, we have confirmation that patch 12.0 is coming in a few weeks now. It will have all the DLC voice packs. From patch 12, we'll have the new DLC voice packs. There's a huge thing that's coming out. On one day, I'll play as a heavy with you, FTG. Been watching you since March. Since March. March of last year. Damn, that's a long time. Some of you guys have been... Sturm, you know... The funny thing is, the first time I met Sturm didn't even make YouTube content at all. He did not make YouTube content at all. He was just a chatter of mine. And now, look how far he's come into this game. Some of the best guys for this game exist on this channel. So, if not the best, like, if you're trying to number crunch, he reminds me a lot of Reginald in Darktide, where Reginald does very, very excellent number crunching guides for, like, breaking down nitty-gritty details, and those are really helpful for a lot of players. I think it's a great thing to have both options. Don't forget that they said we'll be able to use it in some way in the PTS. Oh, the heads? I mean, the heads are actually... I can show you guys the DLC heads. Like, they're in the Astartes Overhaul Supporter Edition. I don't think they're supposed to be. Like, I don't know how they... Like, because usually SABER has a rule about not modding in DLC stuff, even if it's in the files, but they were present there. I could show them off. The voice lines aren't, but the actual head models are. Yeah, I remember chatting with Storm in the official Space Marine Discord before he started making videos. I did encourage him way back when to make videos, because he knew a lot about the game. Like, why wouldn't you? You know? I think the more content creators there are for Space Marine 2, the better. It's honestly shocking to me that, like, so few people really care to talk about Space Marine 2, when Space Marine 2 is a game that's much bigger in player base than Darktide is, and Darktide has, like, 10 times the content creators. I guess it's because Darktide really, like, encourages that kind of thing. Oh my word, PC FOV is so beautiful. Yeah, SABER recently said again that they are not prioritizing any type of console FOV, which is very tragic, but that's just the way it is in Space Marine 2 currently. We're allowed to mod in DLC stuff, but it should still be locked if you don't own it. Something like that. That makes sense. Well, I guess in the Astartes Overhaul, it was just, yeah, they didn't put it in the official launch, so it was only the one that Killer Whaley gave me, which was the Supporters Edition. When is Techmarine dropping? I'm getting tired of Vanguard. Techmarine is dropping in a few weeks. After we stream for a bit and get people their weeklies, we're going to also... stuff like that. Wow, goated help, Ravine. Thank you very much. Are the heads going to be helmets or an option to put under the helmet? The heads, I assume they'll be both. So you will have the voice lines as an option, and you will have the heads as an option as well. They should have the voice modulators on top of that. Quick question regarding secure stockpile. It seems that sometimes it triggers early for me, like 20 seconds after. Is there some bug or something? Though I'm not complaining. It's because it charged, like, the countdown for the 60 seconds, I believe it begins, like, immediately. Even in between. It's on, like, an ever-present cooldown, I believe. Hypex would probably know more, and he's right here. Hypex, explain. Tell the people. I've been to 40K for over 35 years and know many things. Always happy to see chat. What's up, Murukan? Wish it was dropping with the Iron Hands pack. Iron Hands pack will probably be out in like March or April. If Techmarine's coming out in a few weeks, Iron Hands pack is almost certainly coming out a little bit after that. Wait, what? Hypex, tell the people he's asking about secure stockpile and why it has a cooldown automatically. It's because the cooldown, I believe, is always counting down, even when like you have a grenade already. New Titus model Saturday? Yeah, I can't wait to get my 500 Worlds box set. Graciously painted by Froggy. Thank you, Froggy, if you're still here. I have the Wardens of Ultramar, guys. I'll put that in the Instagram. You guys, you can follow... I do have an Instagram now. You can follow me there if you want. It's the same name as my YouTube and Twitch. I have a TikTok pretty soon here, too. But I always feel like TikTok's a little bit of a cursed platform. Iron Warrior. Power Wave fucks. It definitely does, Jabroni Pepperoni. The update already dropped. For what? I haven't checked, it's just a 60-second counter, so I assume it counts regardless if you have any equipment or not. That's why you sometimes get double meltas. The update, so Ripper, what are you talking about? Do you think patch, do you guys think patch 13 is coming Q1 as per the roadmap? Yes. Yes, it is. Because they said that the Techmarine will release in a few weeks. That wouldn't make a lot of sense otherwise. There we go. I'm just asking. Oh, so I have a breakdown. Okay, so the update's coming. PTS for Techmarine comes next week. Almost guaranteed. The official update comes in a few weeks. And then after that, we'll see. What is y'all's favorite chapter? Blood Angels, brother. Sons of the Angel. Are you using the block version of the axe? Yes, I am. If you want to have an entire block and fencing guide, I did post one I worked quite hard on. If you are inclined to watch that on the channel, should have anybody's confused about block or fencing, that should give you everything you need to know. Yeah, a few weeks. Yeah, you would definitely know, Alonso. You would definitely know. I took a test and I got Salamander, Dark Angel, and Blood Angel as my top 3. Hard to disagree with them being based. Like, who doesn't like Blood Angels, the Salamanders, and Dark Angels? The Dark Angels get some hate, though. I've seen people, like, kind of downplay them a bit. Definitely check out the block and defensive guide for real. That's true. Alonso, have you actually been playing this game? FTG is the most recent Vanguard dive kick video still relevant? Yes, it is. Or have there been new changes? There have been 0 new changes to any of the patch 11 guides I've made outside of the original ones for the PTS. Everything else is still functional. I will be posting some final build guides for patch 11 in the coming days, but patch 11 will soon enter the fabled time of irrelevancy, so we'll be updating a lot of stuff. But stay tuned for that. Black Templar fans here. Okay, Black Templars are cool. We like Black Templars. I'm kind of new to Warhammer, but to be honest, all chapters are sick as fuck. Every video I see is just one better than the other. You know, if you want to really... Except for Mantis Warriors, of course. We all hate those guys. The chapter pack for the Iron Hands, we already know what's coming up in that, so that should be pretty fun. We're going to get Red Talons, we're going to be getting Brazen Claws, we'll be getting Sons of Medusa, and the Iron Lords. The Iron Lords being almost as xenophobic as the Black Templars. V, dude, I'm with John War 40k. I pretty much invented Warhammer. Oh yeah, dude. You're Captain Alons. You're an anime tuber. There's no way you can play this game. JJK Season 3 is out. If you like Jujutsu Kaisen content, Alons V is approaching 40,000 subscribers. You should sub to him if you are an anime fan. If you are a JJK fan. I'm not sure if you saw, but like I said, feel free to DM me anytime if you need some info, etc. Just gotta go. Good stream. Take it easy, Hypex. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for all the help recently. Also, thank you for making the testing arena that has enabled probably over half the guides in this entire game at this point to function. At least definitely mine. JJK, way to go. Very cool one. It definitely is. Would be cool to get an Axe of Medusa team up for the Omnisaya Axe. That would be a pretty cool thing to have. I would love that. We need a Legion of the Damn skin. We definitely do. We definitely do. But we probably never will. The redacted skin's probably gonna be Blood Ravens. That's my goat right there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Alons puts in the work. This guy's been uploading for a straight 2 years, pretty much. Alons, you've been uploading since I met you, when you were just starting out. And that was like 2 years ago. Back when you were but a humble one video guy. What do you call it? Twitch drops for patch 12, baby. We don't know. I have not checked. There probably will be. I'd be pretty shocked if they didn't. We'll probably get information on that based on the patch 12.0 update. Don't you think this class is not as good as the others in any aspect? I mean, does not have a strong point, because I can't find the strong point of this class. Are we talking about Techmarine or Vanguard? Vanguard is actually pretty good, I think. Vanguard's pretty strong. Maybe kind of weak in damage, but he has really good utility. Like, Inner Fire is a great perk. Did get nerfed a little bit, but it is a great perk. FTG, your channel growing. Keep it up. Thank you, Ripper. The support has been insane, guys, but I will keep trying to put out higher and higher quality guides as not penance, but as a thank you. Expect in between the build slop, you shall have good stuff too. I swear to God, we'll have something for everyone. We'll have stuff. We'll have fresh hot slop, fresh hot new slop, fresh hot build guides, collaborations. When Techmarine comes out, Bricky did say he was down to do a collab for that in the official release, so that should be fun. I don't know if it'll be in March or not, though. I think the guides are pretty damn fine. Also, shout out to Froggy, because she is the one who set that up. Very kind of her.
Remain calm.
Wait, what did I set up? What did you set up? You set up the, when Bricky wanted to play Techmarine, when it comes out. Is there any joining in next game? Yes, there should be. Bulwark is a beginner class. That's really more Vanguard. Bulwark has a much higher, I mean, they're both really easy. They're both beginner classes. 500 pounds, please. That would pay you for the, I already owe Mr. E $150, so. I asked Mr. E when Techmarine comes out if he'll record videos for me. If I sent him scripts, and he said sure. So if you guys randomly hear Mr. E on my channel, that's why. I also asked for Ryan to do that too, so he'll probably... So if you guys hear random people on my channel next month, that'll be why. Is there any joining Deathwatch Cosmetics? When they are coming. Deathwatch Cosmetics are confirmed to be coming. Wait, I could do that? Yeah, probably could also do that. Probably could do that. I like collaborations. I like the idea of having, like, my channel be a composite of all my friends and me. Techmarine is free, right? Yes, Techmarine will be a free update. Techmarine will be a free update. As someone super new, what makes Vanguard beginner friendly? Curious because I was leaning towards playing them. Vanguard has a lot of... It's not to say that Vanguard has no skill cap, but he has very forgiving weapons. He has Melter Rifle, and he has perks that will automatically heal him. And the big thing about these perks is that it doesn't actually require input from the player in a lot of cases. Unmasked Zeal is a 30% HP restore upon execution of an extremis enemy or higher, and Adrenaline Rush is a 5% HP heal on a Majoris Executor higher, or just a Majoris melee kill in general. So what these just do, it just means like your basic gameplay loop will have a very easy time just recovering your HP for you, and Melter Rifle is very forgiving in both stagger and HP regen itself, on top of armor regen. He also has a lot of armor regen perks, so he's really, really good for that. Now, once we get out of this, since a lot of new people are in here, we're going to go through the article again for the Techmarine after this, and then we can expect the official PTS in, like, what, 5 days? A week? Hoping there will be a chess piece of the Inquisition. Uchi, thank you for joining the Imperial Guard. It's very kind of you. Thank you. I changed train, BRB. Oh yeah, Froggy, you're on your way home. You've been in Germany all month. And the hardest one is Sniper. Sniper's pretty easy with Purification. The hardest class in the game is Tactical. One of the highest skill cap classes, like the baseline skill required, Tactical is just squishy. He is the highest skill cap in the game. I mean, not the highest skill cap, but the hardest to play in base. The highest skill floor. Well, you running faster or no? The Vanguard in this game just has like a different animation than the other classes do for his running, so he looks faster, but it's the same speed. I'm like 99% sure about that. Glad to help a brother out. For the Emperor, thank you, Yushi. Or the Emperor brothers. Are you guys hyped for Techmarine? Tell me. I would like Titus's chess piece for the campaign for operations. Me too. Let's see. Well, awesome. Thank you both. No problem. And one of your guys, you said Xenophase Blade can hit Neuros. Have you ever tried it with the Helldrake? It might be able to hit the Helldrake. I don't think there's enough range. The reason it can hit a Neurothrope and a Zoanthrope so easily is because the angle of the Power Rake is so much wider. You can do that with the normal one as well, but I don't think the Power Rake actually goes far enough to hit them. The reason it's so easy with the Xenophase Blade is because what the Xenophase Blade does to your Power Rake is it changes the actual angle of the attack. And that's pretty big. That's a lot different than having like an increased range. Akuna Matata Boy, thank you for the Prime sub. They should make some Ultramarines themed reward for completing the campaign on the hardest difficulties. I definitely agree on that. They should do that. Mr. Streamer, hello, Mr. Streamer in chat. What's up? Bringing money back. You haven't played for a month? Well, you're about to, Ripper. Your assault hate is unfounded. New classic Kakarodones, I am hyped. Yeah, guys, we have absolutely zero information on the Kakarodones pack at all. All we know is we're getting a Kakarodones cosmetic pack. Hyperos armor, maybe? Probably not. No lightning claws is kind of a big L on that. Should I switch to mouse and keyboard? I have like 200 hours on controller. I mean, I think mouse and keyboard's a better input in general for like 99% of games, a better control scheme. But if you're comfortable on controller, there is no need to swap at all. You know, Space Marine 2 isn't that kind of game. You don't need to like min-max your controller settings. I might go into like a hotkeys thing eventually for people. You need to rate my drift this week. Alright, Paranoid. Copy that. I really hope the Kakarodan skin will be sick. Me too. I really hope it's just like... I'm pretty sure it's going to have some Techmarine options too. So, I died a lot using Cypher in my go-to class for Far Strategy. Tactical Snipes burned everything. Tactical is strong Fire Blaster. Fire Blaster is definitely one of the lower skill cap weapons with them. Definitely good for that. Now Techmarine is the only class of the Omnisci and Axe. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't really make any sense to have a Vanguard or something with an Omnisci Axe. They aren't a... Let's see. No, it does not. I got stuck on that mission with my Bulwark, the Inferno Pistol, Flamer Heavy, and Inferno Assault. Took forever. The voice lines will be free. No, the voice lines will be a paid DLC cosmetic pack. that is separate from the Season 2 pass. There was a bit of controversy around that. Personally, I don't really care about the actual cost of these, but it is confirmed that the voice lines will not have any interactions with the other chapters of like specific dialogue, which is kind of disappointing. So like whether or not that's worth purchasing to you, that might be a deciding factor. I've had this game for less than a month and I'm loving it. For the Emperor, it is fun. It's one of the best horde shooters out right now. FTG, have you heard anything about the progression update and what it could entail? We have no information on the progression update yet. We have absolutely no idea. Hopefully, the major thing that it should change is like armory data and stuff like that. That's a pretty important thing. Or like how you upgrade your weapons and the prestige grind. That's what I think should be priority. Who buys voice packs? I mean, I'm gonna. Dude, I'll buy everything for this game. Dude, I mean, but also, I kind of have to, because that's what I do all day. What do you call it? As for whether or not it's worth it for you, the individual player, that really depends on what you enjoy. Do we know all the chapter parts of the voice pack? So, currently, it is confirmed to have Black Templars, Blood Angels, what the fuck am I spinning? Blood Angels, and the Space Wolves. And then on top of that, there was a leak previously for a White Scars DLC head. However, that may not be part of the DLC voice pack, only because they previously stated that they might be adding in more heads in another DLC pack later down the line for even more voice lines for things like Raven Guard and presumably White Scars if they are not part of this pack as well. What do you call it? I can't wait for the Black Templar to seem autistic and totally ignore the comments as Battle Brothers are saying. True. They said they still have something they said they will never do ready to release. Do you think that there could be class restrictions being lifted? They already stated that they don't want to do class restrictions, ever lift those. And the thing they were talking about with that Tyrannosaurus was that they were talking about a cosmetic pack. Someone actually corrected me on this with a video I did with Jeff a while back. So the thing they said they would never do was in regards to customization for your character, not a class restriction lift. 1,100 hours in Space Marine 2. I'm hyped for the Techmarine. Fuck yeah, Starfighter. Me too. Okay, speaking of Techmarine, Red Viper and Launchbox. I'm glad we both get that for you this time. This weekly is a lot easier than last week's, though. Oh, Brother Osborne's here. Sorry if I missed you, dude. Sorry if I missed you. Deepest apologies. Okay, so we're going to go over all the Techmarine. Let me grab my coffee. We're going to talk about the Techmarine launch. Real quick, we're going to bring up the article again and read through this since I know a lot of new people are here. So we'll do this periodically today. That's the Techmarine perks. Where is it? Here. Yes. So, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Grab my cup. Okay, so for the Techmarine, they said here, we're gonna take this off for now, the loadout off for now. So this was an Xbox Wire article that was released today, and I do have a video completely reading through this already. But for anybody who hasn't seen that, we're gonna do it right here again because I know a lot of you guys are just moving through. So here they say that the Techmarine dive into Space Marine 2's upcoming new class. This was released on the Xbox Wire article mainly because Space Marine 2 is coming to the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate Premium and PC Game Pass on January 29th. January 29th will also be the day we get the community update that will reveal more information on the Techmarine. But for now, this is what we have on the Techmarine. So 1 second here. First up, they give you like a little bit of an idea of when patch 12.0 is set to release. They say, as you're set to bolster the Imperium's ranks next week, Space Marines, we want to reward your ultimate commitment with exclusive details about upcoming new playable class, the Techmarine. Set to release with our patch 12 Techmarine update in just a few weeks, so this is confirmed to come out in February. The public test server is already confirmed to also come out in the in like a 5-day period next week or so. And then after that, they will also be giving us the option to play as the Techmarine in the official update. So here they also say, before we do, let's go over some basics. If you're looking forward to jumping the darkness of the universe, Operation Stratagems and Siege Mode have you team up with up to 2 players to fight as loyal Space Marines and defeat the enemies of the Imperium. And the Techmarine class will be available across all of these modes, with the only exception being campaign, which is like, obviously. Here you can see the servo-gun that we have. This is the plasma version, by the way, in case you're curious. And if we go down here, this is like the major, you know, I guess meat of the entire article here, was them talking about that Techmarine has these tarantula sentry guns. Now, tarantula sentry guns will be placed around the operations maps, and presumably, the data for the update? And presumably, like, you know, preset locations here. So these are the newest images we have of these. They say Techmarines have a few tricks up their power armor sleeve. At their core, Techmarines and Space Marine 2 are specialists in crowd control and area defense. Crowd control being from your servo-gun here, because we already have like some perks for that. And the area defense obviously being related to the tarantula sentry guns. They'll shine with their combat prowess as much as they do with the technology they bring to the fight. In melee, they are able to take on large groups of enemies with wide swipes of their Omniscient Axe, an upcoming patch 12 weapon available to them only. So Omniscient Axe is exclusive to the Techmarine, which is like kind of an obvious thing because Omniscient Axe wouldn't make any sense on like a Vanguard or Assault or anything like that. While their arsenal and armor augmentations grant them solid efficiency in ranged combat, especially at short and medium distances, like all classes, the Techmarine also comes with a unique combat skill and ult, so to speak, and his own perk tree with 25 levels to unlock, and obviously he's also going to have 4 prestige levels. But more than anything, what makes him special are the mechanical arms and automatic turret bolted directly onto his power pack. While you're busy swinging and smashing opponents around with your mechanical arm, your combat skill will put your turret to good use. Activate with the Y button, which will just be Q on the PC because, you know, this is for the Xbox thing because they're releasing this on a Microsoft fucking article. I was not expecting that. Like, you know, Hayes the other day asked me when, like, dude, where do all the updates for Space Marine 2 come out? I'm like, it really depends on, like, where SABER feels like dumping them, because sometimes they're on Warhammer TV, and today they chose Microsoft.com. Go figure. The point here is that they say this is the Y button because that's the Xbox button for this, if you didn't know. And they also said the most important thing here is that the new feature of the automatic servo gun, because this will be an AI controlled gun on the back of your armor, on your backpack here, is that it frees you up by executing gun strikes for you when other classes must do it for themselves following perfect dodges or parries. Techmarine players will be free to continue aiming at other targets while their turrets stagger or kill the most pressing assailants. I mentioned this before that I think this will be the biggest draw for new players to Space Marine 2 to try out Techmarine. I think that gun strikes are not only something that a lot of players like, fencing weapons are just blatantly more entertaining for a lot of players than the block weapons are, or I should say they are more widespread in use than the block weapons are, so having an automatic gun strike on top of that parry from your fencing weapon will be really attractive to like some of these newer players, I think, and there are probably going to be a lot of new players that are going to be coming in with the Game Pass. And it says, and that's not even everything. With Techmarines being master engineers and technicians within their chapter ranks comes a unique ability to locate and service your tarantula sentry turrets, as we see up here. These turrets will support you and your combat squad by attacking your enemies automatically until they either run out of ammunition or get destroyed. So the big draw of Techmarine for a lot of players, I feel, is that he is the closest thing we have to a minion build in Space Marine 2. Minion builds like Necromancers in Diablo, or, you know, whatever the equivalent is in PoE. These are always really entertaining for a lot of players. I think this is like going to be a very casual, friendly class, which is a really good thing because you don't want some like ridiculously high skill cap and difficult to use class. A lot of his stuff is automated. His sentry gun is automated, his servo gun is automated. That means you don't have to deal with any wonky targeting or anything like that. The major issue for players will probably come from like what it decides to target. But I feel like the automated feature of this weapon targeting enemies will primarily be an issue for like higher skill cap players rather than like new players, mainly because those are the guys that are really trying to min-max, like, I want to hit this extremis right now, I want to hit this terminus right now. And for a new player, they're more so just along for the ride and having fun with the base mechanics of the class, which I think is a good thing for the game. Now, they also say that these can get destroyed or run out of ammunition. It really depends on how much damage they actually do as to like if they'll be shit or not, because that's my big worry, is that if the Tarantula Sentry Gun sucks ass, it's going to be because it does no damage and has like a terrible ammo economy, or it has a terrible HP value. We will probably see that represented in the public test server, and it'll be fixed before the live game, because previously in patch 11.0 on Reclamation, if you guys know the generator portion of Reclamation, there was a like the little blue icons you have to shoot. That was a big thing for a lot of people, that like they had way too much HP in the original PTS, and they changed the HP values of those into the live game. They'll probably do some tweaks to like the HP and ammunition count of these sentry guns. Like, you know, if these wind up sucking, I will make like 15 videos on it, because I want these to be good for new players when the game comes out. So we'll probably be talking about this class a lot in a few days. I mean, we'll definitely will be, but if these things suck, imagine some rant videos on this. As far as the other thing I'm worried about is if the ammunition count sucks, that will also blow. John Deed says, I think it's focused on killing Minoris might be good for armor regen, but if they focus on Majoris and up, it might be risky for ammo regen. Well, it's interesting that you say that, because let's pull up the leaked Techmarine perks. So on the leaked list for the Techmarine perks, we can see that one of these perks says these Servo-gun. I know it's hard to see on the screen right now, so I'll read it off for you guys. What is this? It says, a strategic gun strike. Servo-gun only targets Majoris level and higher enemies and deals an unknown percentage more damage when the target is more than an unknown meters away, because we don't actually have the values for these yet. But the big thing here is that we know the Servo-gun can be specialized into not only fighting for crowd control, but you can also make it a precision weapon versus the Extremis, Majoris, and stuff like that, and obviously bosses. They'll be getting a new boss in patch 13 as well. But that's like a pretty big thing for this game, that we're going to be having that. The fact that this will be an automated weapon is quite cool. It also says the Servo-gun marks a zone and automatically attacks enemies that enter it, using less energy per shot. So you can really set this entire class up to not only be a minion build, but also just be an automated build for you, like for your major class, or your major class loop. And having automatic firing is pretty cool in this game. I think that's a pretty neat idea. It also says up here that you will have precision enhancement. The Servo-gun now locks onto a single target and fires powerful precision shots. And the plasma enhancement. The Servo-gun now fires exploding plasma projectiles at enemies. So this will be a primarily hybrid class here. That's like the big takeaway from this entire thing, is that this will be a hybrid class. I talked about that in a video a few days ago, like 5 days ago or so. This will be a hybrid class because this is the weapon loadout we have for it currently. Let me close out this. This is the weapon loadout we have leaked for this. So this says a bolt rifle, heavy bolt rifle, Oculus bolt carbine, and plasma exterminator. Plasma exterminator is just the plasma incinerator represented by a different name in the game files, and the secondary weapons are the plasma pistol and inferno pistol. However, the only thing that is confirmed on this list is the Power Axe and the Power Halberd. The Power Halberd is simply the Omnisaya Axe, and because of that, you really should expect some of these to change in the official PTS launches, and definitely the live patch. This weapon, this class here, will almost guaranteed have the standard bolt pistol and the standard heavy bolt pistol as well. I would be absolutely shocked. And for people who are asking, when is the public test server going to be coming out? It'll be coming out at the end of January, likely next week on like Monday or Tuesday. Now, to finish off here on this article, before we go and play another weekly here, they said, before you go, a quick patch 12 breakdown. The Techmarine and his Omnisaya Axe are far from being the only gameplay additions that come with patch 12. We're working on adding a 12th mission to operations and stratagem modes, a new mission pickup type, which would probably just mean like you'll be able to pick up things like a, Sanctified Wrath Reliquary, 3 new heroic weapon variants, which is half of what we got in the previous 2 patches. And I don't really care too much about that because it makes sense we're getting less, because we're getting a whole new melee weapon here on top of an entirely new class, which is like probably the most substantial update we've ever had for Space Marine 2, and new customization options for Space Marine helmetless heads. We'll reveal more as we get closer to release, so stay tuned to our channels if you don't want to miss it. If you own the Season 2 Pass, of course, you will also receive a brand new Assault Champion skin, celebrating the Raven Guard, and a unique cosmetic pack for the Kakaradones, a first for this chapter. So we already know that the Raven Guard cosmetic pack will just be like their 8th and Shaw model from the recent Chapter Master thing. I don't know if I have an image of that to pull up. I'm sure I do somewhere in this list, but I'm too lazy to go find it right now. But either way, it'll just be their new thing, their new Chapter Master they had. It looks pretty damn cool, is the main thing. And as far as the unique cosmetic pack for Carbonos is concerned, we have no idea what that's going to look like, but we'll find out soon. And they say heed the call of war on January 29th, so if you have Xbox Game Pass or PC Game Pass, you will be able to play Space Marine 2 on these platforms, so that'll be coming on the 29th, so that would be a cheap way. The game is also currently on sale on Steam for all Year 1 DLC and the Year 1 stuff in general. So if you want to pick up the game right now, this is also a great time to do that. But that is all we're going to cover in the article for now. Let's get back into the main game and helps people out with the weekly. So, Solomon, you asked to play again. Get on in here. We don't have gameplay vids of it yet, but I guarantee you they're going to drop a trailer for it pretty damn soon here. I'd be shocked if they did not. I would be very shocked. Zamba, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for the Prime sub, Zambit. Also, welcome Zambit, my goat. Are you hyped for Techmarine? Did you see the article? Can you believe they dropped it on a fucking Xbox Wire article? That is pretty crazy to me if they actually did that, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Welcome Zambit. Yeah, Zambit's gonna play again. I did ask them if they would like to play the Techmarine launch. Do we know what weapons for the heroics will be like? We have no idea what the heroic weapons will be yet. I haven't seen any leaks for those. If they do come out with information for them, I mean, you're gonna find that out in the community update anyways. Hey yo, what up chat? What's up, Corey? Did we get Solomon in here? I'm not sure if we did. I'm just gonna take a normal bolt rifle because this gun's fun as fuck. Actually, we're gonna take a heavy bolt rifle. Because everybody loves a heavy bolt rifle. And we're going to build for boss nuking this time. So what we're going to take is we're going to take Relentless Pursuit. We're going to take aligned aim, steady aim, on top of the heavy bolt rifle to fix that ammo economy for us. And then just, if a boss shows up, we will pull out our plasma pistol and we'll send it into the next life as one does. You know, it'd be take acuity, skilled supply, resilience, and fortitude. That sounds fun. Okay. Is Zambit better than you? Zambit is a fucking god tier gamer. If Zambit wanted to, they'd probably just be the best player at Space Marine 2 pretty casually if they ever just locked in for more than a month at a time, Zambit. And then get addicted to Dark Tide. Or definitely one of. I mean, they already are one of, but... You know, it's one of those things. I'm so freaking excited. Another class is going to be able to use my favorite gun. But it's definitely not me, because I'm washed as fuck. But, for Sniper, what should I use for this week's Hard Weekly? For the Hard Weekly this week? Sniper, you could really use, like, Bolt Carbine. I have 5 Sniper builds. I'll post down in the chat for you. If you want to see... These will all work. Every single one of these. This is a really easy weekly, so... Every single one of these video builds should work. Here you go. Let me send a link to this. This is why I put them in a compilation, because it makes it like 10 times easier for me to link them to somebody. Here are sniper builds. Sniper builds for Guy. Who do you consider the most mechanically skilled Space Marine 2 player? It's hard to say. Hayes is very good. 4-4 is very good. Tigronics is incredible as well. Volo is very good. Like, this game gets to a point where, like, if you were to ask me, like, who is the best mechanical player, who is the best player, there are some very, very good players at the game. I mean, Zambit's aim is godlike. It's definitely not me. Put it that way. Can I join on the next one, too? Oh yeah, you know, in a lot of games, like when you get to players of like, you know, 4-4 Zambit, Hayes, Tigronics, people like that, it's mechanical differences between these players start to like dramatically. The discrepancy drops so dramatically at a certain point that like it's hard to really like tell you which one is like objectively better. Like if you were to have me sit there and be like, is Tigronics worse than Volo? I have no idea because they're both incredible players. You know what I mean? Hopefully that explains it. Only a top tier gamer can roll. Right. Probably if someone doesn't even post videos. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. So, like, we can only really look at like what people have posted. But you know, let's put it like this: Dreadwing is a godlike tactical player. He's an incredible player that has been in my chat before, and he also did the first Wave 21 ever on tactical on Siege mode, which was like months ago, back when Siege mode was harder. And he doesn't even post fucking videos. In fact, I had to have him email me a picture of his complete to even see that it actually happened. So there are just some incredibly talented players for games that just don't post anything. That's just how it always is, you know? It's hard to tell. You can never say for sure who's the best player because you haven't seen everyone's gameplay ever. But I think at a certain point it becomes very obvious who the talented players are. Hopefully that explains it. Especially in this game, where like the discrepancy, the skill cap of Space Marine 2 isn't a nothing burger, but it's not like the mechanical skill required to play Space Marine 2 at a high level. I talked to Hayes about this in our last stream, that it's more of a knowledge check in this game than anything else. There are some, like, it's a positioning thing. Aim is probably pretty important if you're using like a heroic pulse sniper, and like those are the hardest mechanical things. And then for a lot of players, things beyond that would be parry timings. I think parry timings are very difficult for newer players in the game. I think it's just true across all games.
The depot is secure.
I'm 100% in the top 40k player.
Activate the quartermaster's console and wait for machine spirit. Instruct
that
it to load the implosive warhead onto the train and assist it when necessary.
Who's the worst player? Well, that's me, obviously. Not a question. Xbox players are the worst. You know, if you had to, like, if I was using purely anecdotal evidence, yeah, Xbox players are probably the worst that I've run into personally. Does that mean that Xbox players are all bad? Obviously fucking not, but... Jeff. Probably Mr. E. Mr. E sucks at this game and hates playing it. Wow, we missed every shot. Beautiful, beautiful. We are built for so much range damage here that we will just obliterate this guy even with a heavy bolt rifle. The reason I shot him there is to get my recruitment trigger off and get my armor back. I carry Xbox players all the time. Well, if you play with only Xbox players, eventually you run into a point where you'll just be carrying them by pure exposure to them. Because if you're exposed to more Xbox players, then eventually some of them will be bad, right? Wait, console players can't see text shot? No, they cannot. Am I better than Mystery at this game, though? Oh wait, who's the worst player in Space Marine 2? It's obviously Froggy. Froggy is the worst player I've personally ever seen. Quite impressive. In fact, Froggy is what they use in Mystery's Discord to, like, to compare themselves as a metric to, like, how bad they are at the game in Darktide. It's a multi-platform thing, you know. I wish I was surprised to find console players can still true solo absolute ops. You know, you say it's surprising, but one of the first block... So, before block weapons were even used in Space Marine 2 as like a proper meta type where they got like their major buff. Before they got their major buff, it was there was one guy on PlayStation 4 that did a god tier run, an absolute god tier run of the game. A solo like lethal difficulty or ruthless and free buff block weapons. We'll be getting a new wave of Xbox players Space Marine 2 coming on the Xbox Pass. That's true. Game is also on sale right now, as of like this week. I'm posting this. January 21st onward. God.
Operation underway.
Bang. Kill these guys. It would take us a whole minute to get a message out on console. That's true. Do you guys remember they used to have these little Xbox keypads that you would buy separately to plug into your 360 controller to type out anything? Because Microsoft likes to give you, force you to pay extra for every little peripheral possible. Hi, FTG. If they started doing a community contributor program, would you apply? I mean, I would. My biggest worry there would be what their connotation for that is, and if they're like how much controlled speech there would be in a community program like that. Darktide, I am part of Darktide's content creator program. Like, I do play on the early access test servers for Darktide stuff. But Bat Shark is usually like, Bat Shark's pretty open. You can say whatever you want, as long as you don't insult directors and stuff like that directly and stuff. Non-Pyre, I think the Prime sub. I did a solo Ruthless the other day after not playing for months, and the Heroic Chainsword left pretty good about it. The Heroic Chainsword's really fun. I think the Heroic Chainsword's a very fun weapon. But yeah, on the note of like content creator programs, my worry for those is always like, how controlled will the speech be? Can I still criticize the game? Because I would not want that. Only the true shit talkers had the Xbox gamepad, keypads. That is true. All right, we got. I wish I had my Auspex right now. What a waste of my. I didn't expect the boss here. I mean, I know it's the one that spawns, but that may have been a fumble. What was this heavy bolt rifle, this guy?
Atmospheric conditions have returned to normal.
How much damage a Plasma Pistol does? That's what that Auspex too. So if you apply the parry buff to these guys, I didn't get my shit. Oh, look at that fire. FTG, what do you think of this game dropping on the Game Pass? I mean, isn't that just like a straight good thing? That's a great thing for the game in general, right? Yeah, so it's coming to PC and Xbox Game Pass on the 29th of January, this game will be, which is pretty huge. Like, I think that'll bring in a lot of new players, and it's also just, the longer Space Marine 2 is out, it's going to get what I would call the Battlefront 2 syndrome, where Battlefront 2 just drops literally everything on a sale every other week pretty much these days. Or like Battlefront 2 goes on sale all the damn time, it's so old. But it still has a very dedicated player base. And I think Space Marine 2 is going to be the exact same way. Where like you're just going to get more and more influxes of players who are just brand new, who have never touched the game purely because they pick it up for like $2. So you gotta think, in like 2 more years, the Space Marine 2 is going to have support all the way up to Space Marine 3, they said. So in like 2 more years, you're going to see not just 1, but 2 you know, 2, 3 extra season passes or something like that. So the games that have like Payday 2 level of content, it's well, not a Payday 2 level. Payday 2 is a little excessive, but oh here, wow, you just turn around. Get in there, other girl. But FTG, the game is dead. Oh yeah, it's totally dead. Watch everybody come back for Techmarine if they think this game is dead. I don't think people understand the ebbs and flow of player bases in any game ever if they're saying a game like this is dead. If this game's dead, I can't wait to see it be alive. Jurassic Park reference. Oh, Space Marine 2 immediately going to be the best game on Game Pass. Yep. When is it releasing? Techmarine will release in a few weeks. A few weeks from now. Do you think we will get the Deathwatch arm that you have as a Firstborn Deathwatch in the campaign? They said we were very unlikely to see Firstborn anything in Space Marine 2. So SABER wanted to give us a Chain Axe, and Games Workshop denied us. They denied a heroic variant in the Chain Axe. They did not deny the Chain Axe outright. We'll probably see a Chain Axe in this game eventually, but Chain Axes are also like predominantly a Chaos Astartes thing, and there's already a skin for that in the PvP. That could also be another reason for it. As far as melee weapons are concerned, you are far more likely to see a Greatsword come out, because they already say they want to put that in the game. And you're also far more likely to see things like Lightning Claws down the line than anything related to a Chain Axe, I'd say. But Lightning Claws will probably be a Space Marine 3 thing, unfortunately. There's 15k players playing on Steam. Yeah, a lot of players came in around Christmas time. This is the best co-op game now. I mean, I think Space Marine 2 has a really fun gameplay loop. Alright, Carnifex boss, huh? It's time to put the, Oh my god. I couldn't even walk over there. That's okay. We'll just... I got... Alright, let me just put this down so I can actually... God. That really does do a lot. Oh my god, I'm getting sniped, dude. Right here, these charges up. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect that one to be hard at all. A lot of enemies. What is my favorite class? My favorite class is like... What was that damage you're taking? Holy Terror. Well, it has Atrophy on, so my maximum health was decreased by 25%, so if I got one shot by that, I just wasn't paying attention to the snipers. I'm pretty sure they killed me both times. Being able to run around as a Carcaro with a Chain Axe and bolted would be peak drip for me. Me too, brother. Oh, this might be the opportunity. My damage nuking was not as fast as I wanted to. Can you show the heavy bolt perk tree? I'll make a whole video on this one. Corrosion is on as well. Oh yeah, corrosion plus less HP can definitely be pretty deadly, but because there are a lot of opportunities. He should be. We don't actually go down here. Is the thing. W. I can do the boss once this is here. All right, there we go. Well, that was a little... Well done. I gotta be careful here. I'm in permanent one-shot territory now. I'm pretty sure we had... Oh, nobody executed it. That could actually get me killed here. Did we have a teammate like 2 feet from it? Was that just me? Who walked away from the boss? Somebody tell me on the replay. Well, there was somebody on the boss, right? Like I'm not tripping. I wasn't the only one there. That was okay. I guess I must do this. There we go. Everyone forgot about the Carnifex. I thought Melon Prox was 2 feet away from it. I guess he didn't want the execute. That's okay. I think you thought you were going to get it. That wasn't even close. And I'm slightly bummed out, though. The new weapon is tied to only one class. Even if in this instance it makes sense to do so. I mean, it's an Omni-Psi axe. Like, it make no... Like you said, it would make no sense to have that weapon on multiple classes. That was probably a Games Workshop thing that they were asking for. The rare moments where everyone assumes someone else will finish the job is true. Not everybody wants to take the five business day execute. Is there a way to undo health reduction? Nah, there's no way to. There is a bug with this where like, you will just die. When Indy and I were playing the other day, and it happens. They were sharing is caring. Maybe a third carny. I mean, that's why when you play tactical, you're already in danger of being nuclear bombed. I'm just glad there's no friendly fire on this one. Pretty sure I died the exact same way both times, though. They were sharing is caring. Maybe a third Carnifex. No, you don't get triple spawns unless there's a bug. The only way you get a triple spawn in this game is if you your game, like the servers disconnect your entire team and then you load back in. I love the 5-day executes. I get to drink some water while I wait. They are amazing for reading chat. I'll say that. They're great for that. We love that. Bro rolling, yes. So tell me, guys, what are you looking forward to the most in patch 12.0? What are we looking forward to the most? What is everybody gassed up for? More drip. We do like our drip, don't we? I want the Concordance pack to be cool. You know, I have an Instagram now, by the way, if you want to follow me there. I've been posting some of my old shorts on there, but also I will be posting all of my Wards of Ultramar on there eventually, so look forward to that if you're curious about my mini collection. I'll probably post my pile of shame in my closet at some point. Among many other various models, such as Lego sets, Bionicles, and, of course, my favorite Toa, Kopaka. Real ones know that. Use a Scarlet for Shark. I need Techmarine now. You need both, dude. Not being able to play Techmarine as a group, yeah, I'll have to play. I'm curious how different the Techmarine update seems pretty finished from the sounds of it. I'm praying for Heroic Block Axe. That would be fun. We're gonna probably get information on that on the 29th. The Cacardones are gonna get done dirty like the Salamanders did. Salamanders had no chest piece, which like that was the worst part of that, in my opinion. You know what I should do with this build? I should make this the ultimate boss nuke build where you just take either a bolt rifle, a stalker bolt rifle, plasma pistol, power gladius, and you can pretty much kill whatever the fuck you want with that build at that point. Neurothrope, doesn't matter. Carnifex, doesn't matter. You just cook them. It's the end times for them, as they say. You know, there's no end times in 40k. Let's go and put this down. Bang. Eat shit. These guys take full damage in the turret, as you can see. Is there going to be a new operation? There will indeed be a new operation in patch 12.0. So it's a pretty massive update. There will be a lot to cover, and it will all be of varying quality. I'm sure. I will be doing a 24-hour stream when Techmarine comes out. We'll do a subathon or something like that. Alongside newly released brand new emotes. Probably because I am a Twitch partner, but you guys are all underfed on my Twitch emotes. I'm very sorry. I know it's very tragic. It took me a year to get a second monitor so I could read my chat. I used to alt tab. I used to do this. I used to just stop my whole game. We're starved over here. That's true. Well, you know how like some streamers, they'll like buy everything before they even started streaming, and they'll be like, I'm gonna buy all my emotes, I'm gonna buy my $50 billion gaming share, and then also buy this. I was the opposite. I didn't have a second monitor. I was a horse with no cart, as you might say. I see you play that one mission where you fight Tyranid Prime. Is that a mod? No, Reclamation is just that's a new map. If you haven't played in a while, Snow Lepa, that's a new map. We all start somewhere, STG is true. I start with one monitor and autism. It's Tour. I like watching your stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Starfighter. Very kind of you to say. What do you call it? As an Xbox article, it's kind of weird to say it'll be available next week without adding that it's only on PC with the PPS. Well, they said the game will be like the game will be available on Xbox Game Pass next week. So I think that's where like the major mistake they made was.
Detonation in 5. Break.
They didn't mean it like that, I don't think. Voidtism, true. Voidtism. Real ones remember one monitor guardsman and Iron Warrior chatting in full caps. Yeah, Iron Warrior decided to go off. If anybody's ever curious what happened to that guy, he started to go off about like random groups of people on a Discord server and was subsequently purged. Sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes the unhinged just gotta, you know, unhinge. But are you trying to tell me the guy that religiously types in all caps turned out to be fucking crazy? No way. Angels and Garmine, woo, yeah, we're gonna wear a different one. It's very unfortunate, it's very unfortunate. Very tragic, tragic event, really. I guess I could take the ammunition one here so I don't run out. That could be fun. So, since we have no, we're gonna do the ultimate boss nuke build next, guys. So who here has not read the new article yet for the Techmarine? Which one of you guys? Make yourselves known, people. Me. Okay, we'll go over that in a second again, since we have time. I'm gonna grab more coffee so I can be a pure IV drip of caffeine. What's new? Oh, we'll show you. We'll show you all. I'll be doing this after every match, so I'm sorry if you guys had to hear me say the same thing 15 times, but we're going to show you guys the Xbox Wire article and go over this, because I know it's like a new influx every time. So, one second. We're pulling up the article, boys. Here it is. The new Techmarine reveals. They're coming out. We'll do this between every single game. I will repeat the same thing 15 times. That is my duty as Guy. 1 second. First tour ASMR man. Pretty much. How Froggy treats me. Yeah. Alright, chat, the time has come to read the Xbox Wire article once again. So, first up here, don't tell them that you literally say it in chat, okay? I'm not making shit, they can just scroll up. What do you call it? So, these are the new Techmarine reveals. This is the Xbox Wire article they posted today. I don't know. So apparently SABER Interactive has teamed up with Xbox Game Pass to launch this, or Microsoft, I should say, to launch Techmarine on the Xbox Game Pass. Here they say Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 lands on Xbox Game Pass Ultimate Premium and PC Game Pass on the 29th with Xbox Play Anywhere support. So This is pretty huge for Xbox Live players. This will bring a lot of new players into the game. The 29th is also the date we get the community update. So we'll be having a huge influx of Xbox players on top of a huge influx of community updates. So, and reveals. So they say several weeks later, patch 12 introduces the Techmarine as a game's 7th playable class. So they also say down here that set to release our patch 12 Techmarine update in just a few weeks. The official launch for this class is coming in a few weeks, is the main point. It's coming out in February, like late February. So that's when you can expect Techmarine. That's going to be the major update portion of this. It said it'll join its Tactical Assault, Sniper, Vanguard, and Bulwark Heavy Battle Brothers as the game's 7th playable class. Of course, will come with its own unique brand of Xenos and Heretic Purging. Now, we can see here in the image that we have the new Servo-gun Plasma Incinerator variant. This is a pretty cool fucking thing. We'll get more into this in a little bit because we have some leaked perks for this as well. As far as the leaked images for the loadout, this is what we have currently. We have the Bolt Rifle, Heavy Bolt Rifle, Oculus Bolt Carbine, Plasma Exterminator, which is just the Plasma Incinerator. These secondary weapons are currently set to be the Plasma Pistol and Inferno Pistol, and the melee weapons are the Power Axe and Power Halberd, which is just the Omni-Scion Axe we'll get into in a second. Now, the most important TLDR here is that they say the only mode this will not be in is campaign. Campaign obviously being around Lieutenant Demetrian Titus himself, so of course you're not going to have a multiplayer class in there. Doesn't make any sense, so that's perfectly fine. This is the new upcoming Tarantula Sentry Gun. For people who are unaware, these will be placed around the map at like set locations, which will probably be randomized as well, but they will be like a set location. And then after that, they will have a they'll have like the Techmarine like basically just repair these and then go from there. And you'll be able to like repair these on mission, which is a pretty cool thing. Now it says here, at their core, Techmarines and Space Marine 2 are specialists in crowd control and area defense. They'll shine with their combat prowess as much as they do with the technology they bring to the fight, and in melee, they're able to take on large groups of enemies with wide sweeps of their Omni-Scion Axe. Now, there is a possibility that the loadout here that I'm showing, they might not even have the Power Axe, but they probably will. We'll definitely find out in like 5 days, or like the community update. But it says an upcoming patch 12.0 only available to them, so the new Omni-Scion Axe will only be available on Techmarine. You will not be able to level up your Omni-Scion Axe on any other class, so keep that in mind. A lot of people want to play as Techmarine simultaneously, which should be a big issue. But as far as it being a specialist in crowd control and area defense is like 99% based around your Servo-gun and your Tarantula Sentry Gun. Those are like the main takeaways of this entire class currently. But on top of that, it being a crowd control class, this could be a really good thing in Space Marine 2, because crowd control, oh my god, crowd control is a pretty important thing in Space Marine 2, like with the Zealous Blow perk on Assault. Zealous Blow is one of the most powerful options for overall AoE control. And then that's pretty much the easiest way to just have a dominant force on the battlefield for newer players. I think AoE abilities are just generally very popular in games like this. I think having a 4 FTG voice box, yeah, what do you expect? But I have to like repeat the same thing for 2 hours straight. But do we know if Repair Turret is their active class ability? No. Repair Turret is going to be a separate passive to them. So basically, you know how every class in Space Marine 2 has a, here, we'll pull this up on the screen real quick. So every class in Space Marine 2 has like a starting perk and a, here, let me just turn this off for a second here. So every class in Space Marine 2 is a starting perk and a class ability. Auspex Scan is the class perk, and the starting perk is any equipped ranged weapon reloads automatically after 10 seconds. Half the people in Space Marine 2 don't even know that this fucking thing works at all this way. Like, there's even like a starting perk for tactical that does this because they don't read this entire portion at all. But the Techmarine will have a Servo-gun as the main class ability, and then on top of that, you will have a starting perk that will allow you to passively regenerate these new Tarantula Sentry Guns on the map. So let's pull this back up again. Now, I didn't even know we have a starting perk. That's what I'm saying. I'm making a guide for a lot of this stuff. I've been working really hard on some upcoming guides that I will hopefully have out before Techmarine, or I'll have shortly after launch. But Techmarines have a few tricks up their power sleeves. At their core, Techmarines blah blah blah. I've already read this. Like all classes, the Techmarine comes with a unique combat skill and alt, so to speak. This will be your Servo-gun, which you see represented here. And it says, but more than anything, what makes him special are the mechanical arms and automatic turret bolted directly onto his power pack. Now, I did make a video about this about a week ago where I went over all the leaks for this class and how I think the overall playstyle will be. Now, the turret here, the little sentry gun, the bolter, this is going to be an option for you to specialize into 3 separate variants. There will be the standard bolter one here, as you can see. There will also be a precision enhancement version that will turn it into a sniper. And as we can go back up here, you can also see the plasma variant that you'll be able to use. So this is a pretty cool option. I think this one, they said in the perk tree, that this will like launch out AoE shots, so it'll be more so of like that crowd control aspect of the class. And then on top of these, you will have the repairable tarantula sentry guns. Now, something else that is confirmed on the Techmarine here is that the bolter portion, or excuse me, the servo gun is going to be an automated weapon. This will be an AI controlled weapon, and because of that, there is a further option for this weaponry that allows you to automatically shoot your gun strikes. So it says another feature of the automatic servo gun is that it frees you up by executing gun strikes for you, when other classes must do it for themselves following perfect parries or dodges. So basically, if you take a fencing Omniscient axe and you you parry a guy and you open up a gun strike on them, your servo gun will automatically take those gun strikes for you, which might suck sometimes. Like, I'm sure there's an option to like change its targeting to some degree, but that will open up a lot for you. And there are also class perks that have already been leaked for this class that will allow you to regenerate armor on the Techmarine to basically just, regen armor off your servo gun kills. So this will be even better than before. So I'm not sure if a servo gun strike will count as a servo gun kill, but either way, your servo gun is automatic. So this class already has an automatic form of armor regen, which is very strong in Space Marine 2 in general for any class that has something like this. You know, perks like Focus Restoration are a very powerful class tool in the game already. Focus Restoration allowing you to drip feed 30-second armor restores to you and your teammates, and having an automatic passive version of this on your own class ability is a pretty powerful option. I think it'll be a very powerful class perk if it makes it into the live game. Now, it also says here that another feature, where is it? That's not everything. The Techmarines, being master engineers and technicians in their chapter ranks, comes a unique ability to locate and service tarantula sentry turrets during missions. Though they can't be carried or placed freely, these can provide much welcome support to your combat squad by attacking your enemies automatically until they either run out of ammunition or get destroyed. Now, we talked about this already a lot, but these are the tarantula sentry guns. These are the on-map repairable items with your starting perk. It's a pretty cool little thing. It really depends on how strong they actually are, as whether or not they'll be a gimmick or like a major class tool. But either way, I think this will be very popular among newer players and casual players because defensive playstyles are very good for games like this. I think players in general love to see, defensive minion builds. This is why they're so popular, even as far back as like Borderlands 1, PoE 1, and even like the original MMOs like World of Warcraft and stuff like that in some cases, like newly added classes. So this is one of the things that I like to play in games a lot, is just having like, an AI controlled companion. And this is the closest thing we have to that outside the actual bots that you can take along. But that's not really the same. Like little guys are pretty cool. Now, the final thing we'll talk about here is, before you go, a quick patch 12 breakdown. The Techmarine and Omniscient axe are far from being the only additions coming with patch 12. We're working on adding a 12th mission operations and strategist mode, a new mission pickup type, 3 new hero weapon variants, a new customization option for Space Marine helmetless heads, and more as we get closer to release. So stay tuned for our channels if you don't want to miss it. So 3 new heroic weapons is half the weapon variants we've gotten for heroic weapons previously. We don't know what these are going to be. We'll likely find out in the PTS first, or either like a community update on the 29th. Either way, I'm not really too upset about having only 3 heroic weapon variants, because we are getting a whole new class and a whole new melee weapon, and that's a pretty substantial update in itself. To be honest, it seems to me like Techmarine is going to be the most substantial update we have ever had for Space Marine 2 in general, so hopefully we get to see something like that in the future. Now, or I assume we get to see even more heroic weapons in the future when they reveal this. And as far as customization options go, we have no idea of what the Kakarodons are going to look like. We already know the champion skin for the Raven Guard is coming to Assault, and we'll probably have some options you can swap onto other classes. And overall, that is what is coming in the update. So we're going to get back in game now. Hopefully that explains to the people that are just coming in. And yeah, there we go. Perfect. I'm also going to change my fucking outfit to Third Company Ultra Guy. We love the Third Company. It's put on the better blue, though. Lebanon blue just looks way better. Sorry, it just does. There's an objective truth of life. This is a cool looking perk. We like that. We like armor. We like blue. We are big fans of blue here at FTG. All right, boys. Let's get the homies in. And let's build for... Let's see. Build for boss sling. Let's do that. Per shot damage, because we're not taking the other thing. So per shot damage, it will be... Now, Relentless Pursuit can be better than Versatility at times because you get this bonus to your entire range attacks as well and your Stalker Bolt Rifle, so we can choose between either or. I'm going to take Relentless Pursuit this time, though. And let's get some people in game. Get on in here, boys. Can I join now? Yeah, Solomon, get in here. One of these spots is reserved for Solomon. If you pick this and you're not Solomon, you'll be purged. Lebanon Blue clears. That's what I'm saying, man. Hello, how are you? If I may ask, and not counting Space Marine 2, what other Warhammer 40k games do you recommend? Also, what was that new thing coming to PvE or PvP in Space Marine 2? Both of them are they're coming to both PvE and PvP. Techmarine is. But as far as other 40k games go, well, first of all, Total War 40k is on the horizon, and that will probably be the best 40k game ever. As far as ones that are currently out, you have quite a few options. You have Darktide. If that's a more recent option for a horde shooter, Darktide you play as a veteran guardsman among Ogrins, Psychers, and stuff like that. If you're a huge fan of 40k, it's probably pretty attractive to you. You're also on a hive city and stuff like that. And also, if you want to go back further in time, you can play Space Hulk Deathwing. Space Hulk Deathwing is an amazing game that like it's a little dated in some ways, but all right, hold on, guys. Not to kick you out, but this spot is for Solomon. So Solomon, get in here. Your name's gonna be Legend Magos. This invite code is only for Solomon, guys. Wait for him to join, please. I know we don't have an official join queue, but Master, I got that shit in so fast. So any potential guesses on what the heroic weapons could be? In terms of melee, all but the axe have a heroic variant. As for pistols, both bolt pistol variants have a heroic, and there's tons of primaries we could choose from. I mean, I hope... Listen, my hope is... Listen up, guys. My hope is there is a rerun that... Oh my... Alright, dude. None of you guys... Listen to the English that's coming out of my mouth. If your name is not Solomon, you will be subsequently purged, okay? There's no... Like, this is the join... Regardless whether or not we had a join queue, okay? Just wait for like 5 seconds. And then we will then let people in. So we can... Because Solomon's been waiting for a while, guys. I'd know if you got a heroic block axe. Me too, dude. Why? I had to negative review the game for what? Oh, for Space Hulk? What I gotta do to get the Solomon treatment? Beg endlessly. That's what he did. He didn't beg, but he asked politely multiple times. Any plans to play Helldivers 2 on stream? Never. Alright, there we go. Now we got him. Okay, Othman just joined in as well. Good enough. No, I will never be playing Helldivers 2 on stream. I don't think Helldivers 2 is a very good game. I don't care how good the viewership on Helldivers 2 is. I'm just not interested. This is a 40... This is as much a 40k channel as it is a Space Marine 2 channel. It's because, like, in the future, we will just be making I'll be making 40k content, lore, and stuff like that beyond just gaming. Hey, first regards, when you smacks me beast from the west. Thank you, Mr. Hanson guy. Thank you. Very kind of you. FTG, can I please join you? Starfire, we'll get you in eventually. I'll set up, by the time Techmarine officially launches, guys, I will set up a proper join code, okay? I'll set up a proper join queue so people can all come in. It's Mr. Hanson for you. You think Space Marine 2 will get a campaign update, aka DLC to add more, or will they do a Space Marine 3? Space Marine 3 is confirmed to come out. There will be no new DLC for the campaign, as far as I know. I doubt they'll ever be doing that. I think they're saving Titus's story for, first of all, the 500 World booklet that came out recently. The 500 World campaign books are out, and then on top of that, they will be releasing the Space Marine 3 around 2029. The release date for that. Niceberry got me hooked up to the game. I had banner net connection on launch. When you lost connection, it would start all the weapon progress over. They have fixed that for the most part. What, you don't like War Striders staggering you every 2 seconds? Nah, dude. I don't think Helldivers... I think Helldivers 2 is like the sloppy... It's just a sloppy slop game. It also has... There's nothing particularly interesting about that game to me outside like visual bombardments. Like, it looks nice. That's some cool stuff. GFU rocks. Thank you, Gek. You play Helldivers 2 on your own time? I used to. I had like 300 hours in it. I don't think it's a very good game, though. I just don't. I don't think there's anything in there to really draw me. I don't think it's visually appealing with like grenade drops and stuff like that, but Helldivers 2 over Space Marine 2, well, I mean, it's an opinion you're definitely allowed to have. But if you're a 40k fan, you're playing Space Marine 2. I mean, like, what engaging material is there in Helldivers 2, really? Like, 90% of high-level gameplay... I've done solo super Helldives in that game. 99% of that game's gameplay loop at a high level is just kiting. It's kiting, precision, bombardment simulator. Space Marine 2 has some kiting to it, but, like, you are engaged at every level. Like, you are always engaging in melee to some degree. You are engaging with every mechanic. I feel like Helldivers 2 is, like, missing an entire... has, like, some seriously undercooked mechanics to it. Is this game good? This game's amazing, dude. You mess with a tabletop game, much FTG. I did buy Wardens of Ultramar. I will post that to my Instagram when they're painted. By Froggy. Thank you. You're still here. He's kind enough to paint those for me. So they're probably gonna look really good since she's actually a professional painter and I'm not. But punching in those orbital bombardments feels kind of cool. How that reminds me of ODSTs from Halo. True. That's what they're inspired from. FTG, I twisted your block build by using a fencing power sword. Hey, I mean, you've never mainly what they're only suggestions, really. Minigun go burr in Helldivers 2. I did hear people like the minigun, so. So this build currently is set up to properly nuke most things in the game. Yeah, there was a crossover event in Helldivers 2 with the ODST. Two things I hate about this game: loading screens and chaos spawn rampaging stun like Eve. And beyond that is awesome, dude. I made like Jeff and I made a chaos spawn video yesterday. And, like, I feel like that video was, like, the most milquetoast opinion ever on Chaos Spawn. Like, I was trying to be as understanding of new players as possible. And, like, I still had people crashing out about Chaos Spawn in that comment section. I don't know why that enemy is so controversial. Like, they're just... If you know what a parry in Space Marine 2, they are not that bad. They just are not. And that's just, like, proven in multiple... Like, literally hundreds of hours of gameplay from multiple people. The brain rot is deep. I mean, I've seen people crash out. Like, just about the dumbest shit in this game all the time. Like, you can be the most understanding person. Like, unless you literally say... To some degree, there are a minority of players in Space Marine 2 where if you don't say Chaos Spawn are the most unfair bullshit ever, they will just not agree with anything you have to say. Just finished a campaign for the first time. Is it me, or are the bots in the easy operations just useless and I have to deal with all the mobs myself? The bots are really good, but just not for damage. What bots really help out with is they allow you to have infinite lives, basically, as long as you properly manage your stims. They get you up all the time. They take off, what are we waiting for? As a new player, melee enemies are so much easier to manage than range spam, Bill, because you can damage cap much more easily against melee enemies. Who the fuck are we waiting for?
No storm will delay our vengeance.
Okay. Helldivers 2 lets me cosplay the Acadian soldier fighting some random horrors of the galaxy. You know what game also lets you cosplay Acadian for $45 once per 3-month period? Veteran Guardsman in Darktide. Just buy the 10-cent super pack, and you too will play as Acadian. Dude, with how much Space Marine 2's player base complains about $5 DLC packs, I can't imagine what they would do if they all played Darktide. So FTG, my negative review is 1,000+ hours and based entirely on technical and dev attitude, along with some awful game mechanics. I mean, dude, I can't imagine giving a negative review to any game I have ever played for more than 1,000 hours. I just can't. Like, how many things in your entire life have granted you 1,000 hours of engagement? Let alone hobbies. I also think that Space Marine 2 is a game that's only gotten better. Your mom. Oh my god. Eva. You also had a negative review after 100 hours, alright? Listen guys, if I think a game sucks, I don't keep playing it in the hopes it's not gonna suck. So if I'm playing the game, it means I probably enjoy the game. Which means I'm gonna keep playing the game.
Ammunition cache here.
Like, the game sucks, I just stop playing. That's all I am.
Your task is to fix a no.
The Games Workshop and Saber, I'm shocked they are letting Space Marine 2 be on Xbox and Game Pass. So the game's already on. Well, they want as many players as possible to come back for Techmarine, because Techmarine is very clearly the biggest update this game has ever had, besides maybe patch 10. I think patch 10 was bigger in terms of staying power, mainly because the hard stratagems mode was such a... As much as people complain about accolades in Space Marine 2, the proof is in the pudding, and the proof is in the numbers, that player retention went way up from the weekly mode. People come back for weeklies. People come back for dailies. People come back for time-gated stuff. Otherwise, companies wouldn't do it at all. Whether or not it's perfectly implemented is a different story, but as far as, like, player retention, it just went up.
Command ritual undertaken.
Bulwark Bot's very good. The Banner Bulwark Bot is goated. I had a positive review forever. However, Saber obnoxious response to bugs will face things, and when they push things back. I mean, I think Saber, guys, I really think I give Saber shit sometimes, but like I think predominantly Saber's a fine company. They're just really they're really bad at perk design. I think it's less that in a lot of cases it is less that Saber is lazy. It is more so they've moved resources because they are endlessly making new games. Let's grab this guy. They are lazy when it comes to fixing bugs, because they did break the heavy bolt pistol in the hotfix, and they haven't fixed that until probably patch 12, which is pretty nuts.
The machine spirit requires its right.
Yeah, strats saved it, I think. Yeah, the stratagems mode in Space Marine 2 was very good for the game overall. It was a very good update. Patch 10 was kind of the update where it's like, oh, Games Workshop's making big moves in Space Marine 2. That's very clear. What happened to the heavy bolt pistol? The heroic heavy bolt pistol is a bug perk effect where body shots don't stop reinforcement calls. Only headshots will kill in one shot. That's the thing that works on it right now. And they did that, so it was functioning at the beginning of patch 11. And then they hot fixed the bugged hip fire of the heroic heavy bolt pistol. This is only for the heroic variant, I should say. They bugged the hip fire was bugged to be insanely inaccurate. So they did a hot fix where they fixed that, and then in that hot fix they broke the heroic perk effect, and that was months ago, and they have not. I really fucked that up. Alright, well, we actually recovered most of it. That's where my Norris gunstrike moves can fuck you up. You have to be pretty. Look at the balance, but you gotta be careful because if you get out of the loop, you will get cooked. Streamer, when Total War 40k adds Blood Angels, are you gonna name them? Absolutely. I will be making content for Total War 40k. Mainly because I already have like 5,000 hours in Total War games, but also because it's probably going to be the best 40k game ever. It's definitely going to be the biggest 40k game ever. Like by the time, it doesn't even matter if Total War 40k can launch like an absolute, the stinkiest turd of all time. It could smell from an ocean away, and people would still buy that game because it will be the only 40k game. There is no competition. Not the only 40k game. It would be the only Total War experience like it. The only major battle simulator for Total War you're going to find outside like Dawn of War. But Dawn of War is far more of a standard RTS. And I'm sure Dawn of War 4 will also be huge. When FTG speaks, you listen. Maybe you listen. I put myself on mute. Yeah, Total War 40k will probably be the biggest 40k game ever. So I'm pretty sure you're probably gonna see every single 40k content creator make content for that game to some degree. I guarantee there's gonna be like 50 trillion videos when that thing launches. But I want to make actual guides for it.
Survey the terrain.
Alright, I can get my teammates. There's no timer on them, so we're okay. If I can get this. Wow, perfect. Alright, well, I just want the cooldown from that on this guy.
Prepare for low visibility.
Oh. I fucked up the timing on that one. I couldn't get. I got hit by the front hit. I was just not locked in for that. Over 1 millisecond, it got a ridiculous amount of wish lists on Steam. Did it not? It has like 1 million wish lists on Steam. Total War 40k has 1 million wish lists on Steam. Xenolight, I think for the Prime sub. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not paying attention to this. I'm yapping too much. My bad. Sheesh. Yeah, it had like 1 million wish lists. Total War 40k had like 1 million fucking wish lists on Steam. That is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous number. Like, is 1 million wish lists a lot? I mean, it costs nothing to wishlist a game. It shows, what a wishlist shows is engagement from audiences as to what they want on something, and like, it means, it shows you that's 1 million people who actively decide to go to a page and click a button on a niche on like one platform. That is a lot. Because like, if you look at the launch of Space Marine 2, for example, Focus Entertainment forums on the initial patches for Space Marine 2, they showed that. Oh yeah, now I can change the right color from ultramarine blue. It is tragic. I'm so fucking excited to play as a guard and take back the galaxy, but yeah, like when people say like 1 million people wishlisting something, that's 1 million people having active engagement on a single thing in a game. That is rare. That is a pretty big representation of overall traffic and interest for something. That's pretty huge. Lamenter Drip streamer. Yeah, we're gonna put Lamenter Drip. I mean, corrosive plus tactical can be like the end of your fucking life, which I probably should have paid attention to. We're gonna lament drip it. I'm so fucking excited to play as the guard and take back the galaxy to the light of humanity. Me too, man. I cannot wait. Here I am. Blood Angels one. We'll wear this. We'll wear this. That sounds cool. It knows. It doesn't want to give me a neuro throw. It keeps giving me. Oh, somebody else wants to join. Somebody else joined in and quit for 1L. FT4. Fat Shark, or we call it Focus Entertainment Forums. God, I wish they took feedback anywhere else. I've had at least 70. 70% of the player base doesn't even know about the forum stuff. I put a forum link in every single video now so that people know. But how many people actually check video descriptions? We have no idea. We got Osborne here. We got CEO Norman Osborne. I don't know why I play tack into these when I'm yapping so much. It's just like, it's asking to get fucking exploded. Begging for it, really. Brave Assembly going to milk up dry with all the raid/faction packs. True. I'm going to grind the shit out of Mechanicus 2 and Dawn of War 4 until Total War Warhammer 40k comes out. I also think Total War 40k will come out at the start of 2027. It probably will. It will probably come out next year. I don't think it's coming this year. I asked Indy what he thought about it, but he couldn't say anything. Tragically. Very sad, very sad. All I know is it's going to be fun. I guarantee you that, like, I promise you guys, I guarantee that when Total War 40k comes out, the dedicated player base for the Total War games is going to crash the fuck out, because they never like anything that Creative Assembly puts out. But as far as, like, casual 40k fans that come in to play Total War, that will be their entry point. They will have no comparison unless they came from Total War Warhammer, which Total War Warhammer is pretty simple. The biggest complaint will likely be a lack of content, because it will be a first launch of a trilogy. It won't have like 10 years of releases to back it up, but I think people will still love it. I think brand new players are going to be like super engaged with the new Total War 40k stuff.
Scans show the Tyranid numbers growing exponentially.
Watch Warhammer player count shoot through the roof. Watch. So you guys know, like, when Space Marine 2 came out, every single like 40k channel ever just like started exploding because Space Marine 2 had such an impact on not just gaming, but it had an impact on the entire 40k franchise, where it got so many people into 40k, and Total War 40k is going to be that, but even bigger.
Do not get separated in this storm.
The battle disturbs Avarax's
And we'll see how Space Marine 2 is even doing at that time that game comes out. And it's coming to console this time, true.
Look for the flashing guideposts.
Brave Assembly never puts out a working game release. I mean, they put out a working game with Total War Warhammer 1. It's just like there were some bugs, but I played Total War Warhammer 1 and I enjoyed it a lot in 2016 when that came out. My first Total War that I properly played was Shogun 2. The first Total War I ever played at all, but like didn't really engage with, was Medieval 2.
Location locked. The storm has dissipated.
It is sad that Legend of Total War has quit making Total War content, though. But he said he didn't want anything to do with the 40k player base. But I'm like, come on, we're not that bad. Just stay away from. Only the Black Templar fans are racist, and the Kriegsmen, and the Iron Lords, and the Ultramarines. But as far as the Black Templar players, yeah, we're not all bad. It's just Black Templar players. Voice critical about a mini because of it? Yeah, you did. You did do that. No, he quit because of Brave Assembly. I mean, he literally said he wants nothing to do with the Total War 40k player base. It's also because, I mean, it's not just like a one thing. He's been making Total War content for like 15 years, but Legend of Total War did say in his last live stream, or he said in a different video, that he wants nothing to do with the Total War 40k player, or with the 40k base, because he thinks they're crazy or something along those lines. I don't think he said crazy. Don't ever quote me on that, but
The storm has dissipated.
he didn't want anything to do with them. It's a big thing. Shit, just look at the comments or the voice line short you put out. Yeah, I know, dude. 40k fans, like, they have a bad reputation for a reason. Because their nerd hobby is being infringed upon by the normies, but it's going to keep happening, and they will never stop crying, but 40k is going to get bigger and bigger, and eventually you just have to be accepting of new people coming in, and your only alternative is crying about it. You see the same thing with, like, any tabletop hobby, though?
Another Xenos fireform eliminated. Score by armor. Fresh
The
magazine.
depot is secure and devoid of Xenos.
Hey, my Lamenter brother, what's up?
What's
up, brother?
Instructed to load the implosive warhead onto the train and assist it when necessary.
I'm excited for Dark Heresy. It's much more my vibe than Rogue Trader. I have a video that I recorded with Revan on that,
Fresh munitions.
because we both played a bit of it already. It's a fun game. It's only an alpha, though. It's out for, Dark Heresy is currently out in alpha. You can purchase it with, like, the Supreme Ultra edition of the game, or if you're, like, get sent it by Owlcat, so those are the two ways.
Open that railway vehicle's cargo hold and place a Nova cannon implosive warhead inside.
I got Suckable Rifle's so good at this. What genre is Dark Heresy? Dark Heresy is a CRPG, similar to like Baldur's Gate 3. It will be fully voice acted though, it's the biggest thing that's different about it. Owlcat talked about, if you ever played Rogue Trader or Baldur's Gate, it's like that. It's far closer to Rogue Trader though. It's really like more like Rogue Trader 2.0. That's how I would put it when I played. Dark Heresy looks fun as hell. I would play it on stream more, but like it's a terrible game to live stream because it's really hard to like read all the dialogue and not run out of like and talk to chat.
Full specs truck.
XCOM 2 is a much better turn-based game to play on stream. Maybe I'll play that someday with like a 40k mod. That'd be fun.
Xenos fireform. Artifacts must die. Reloading other things.
Alright, let's just go kill this thing.
We are allies. Activating all space advanced.
Well, that would be the best possible place to have this thing die. I'll buff up my range damage here.
That command is as good as punch.
Oh, thank you for the
Alien trespass sight.
Machine spirit, eat my will.
We have slain.
bang.
Deep scan.
That was a fun boss fight. What's the hardest extremist enemy to kill? Hardest in terms of like HP or what? I would say the most devastating ones are melee Terminators and Lictors because they are... Raveners are up there too, But the big thing about a Lictor and a melee Terminator is that they lock you down. Like, a Hellbrute on its own, not that bad with a block weapon. Not that bad with a coordinated team at all. When a melee Terminator starts to interrupt your teammates, that's when it gets difficult. That's when you as a player start to get cooked pretty hard.
According to facility schematics, there is a
The double audio in your games, you dodging snipers that aren't there. My respects to you, FTG. I try to reach chat and listen to you and play with you all at once. Like, it's so mixed up. It can be a little... They call it the streamer tax, but that's just the way it is, you know. It's hard to complain, you know. It's hard to complain about being able to play and talk about 40k and do that every day. I think that's quite a privilege, personally. But, I would take every single negative portion of it. What do you call it? Minigun beam from across the map. Rather have a melee Terminator than a fucking minigun out of nowhere. Well, miniguns you just stop. Like melee Terminators like fundamentally disrupt your entire gameplay loop. That's why they're dangerous. Oh, this is our moment, guys. This is our moment, chat. Once we've killed this guy. Alright, I wanna get like a gun strike off here. Aw, thank you. My delivery system has come.
The storm has dissipated.
Wow, that sucks. I don't think I have 10. But that was not the optimal. Pretty sure I can't headshot him from back here. It doesn't look like it. On your head. Thank you. You're like all head, but... The Terminator machine gun is worse for you. I think Terminator machine guns are more pub stompy. Like, they are less forgiving for newer players, but melee Terminators are just worse. Because melee Terminators will be the end of every player in this game. They are disruptive. Anything in this game that is like actively disruptive to your movement, which the Terminators are, but like all you have to do to stop a Terminator that's a missile Terminator is just stagger it one time. They don't have any enrage mechanic. Melee Terminators will actively hunt you down and put you into like a 5 business day animation lock. Is that a fencing combat knife? No, this is a power gladius. One of the rare times I've seen FTG play a fencing weapon, well, it's not a fencing weapon, so you have to wait for another day. I don't know why it backed up. I should just parried that. I got robbed of my execute. I don't know why I did that. All I had to do was parry the extra hit. Probably those corrosive ons who just one-shot me there, guaranteed.
The storm has dissipated.
Cross the bridge. Quickly.
Alright, we'll grab this. These past days, I had this bug with the Raveners where they blue attack and this weird delay, like they get stuck on the floor. I mean, Raveners will just stop moving sometimes and just like randomly flip around like they're losing their fucking minds. That does happen pretty often in this game. The aliens are not letting you go. I mean, I'll be real, I wasn't expecting like 15 dudes in that one spot. That was a shocker. If you get carried again, real dude. Yeah, I wouldn't use. I mean, personally, I wouldn't use any fencing knife ever. I don't think there is any reason to use a fencing knife in this game anymore. Because first of all, the balanced weapon, the heroic power gladius has a ridiculous amount of damage. When's Dawn of War 4? I need it. Dawn of War 4 probably comes out in like this year. I think it comes out this year. Probably this fall.
Obstruction
Try this.
detected. Removal is required.
Fencing knife kind of poo-poo. Fencing weapons in general aren't that good.
Message received.
They're better than balance, though.
The rubble is eliminated.
Imagine a raged Neurolictor. Imagine any enraged extremis in this game. That'd be disgusting. I want to see operation bosses in siege mode. Well, you already do. Oh, you mean the operation and bosses? Yeah. I mean, you can add that in with mods. There's a possibility to do.
All specs engaged. Changing magazine.
Strum Channel's a godsend, man. Those are nice guys. Strum's helped me out a lot in this game.
All specs. Alien trespasser sighted.
Sturm was an OG chatter in my stream. Sturm was one of the first chatters I ever had in my live stream on this channel. And then he went on to make a YouTube channel later. It's cool. A very good YouTube channel too.
You are fertilizer now, Xenos.
Derailment on track 6. Request services to rearrange.
Bang.
Fresh magazine in.
I miss Oberyn. It's okay, we'll find him. Occasionally, you ever seen that movie Lady Hawk? Anybody ever seen the hit 80s film Lady Hawk? The one where like the guy turns into a wolf at night and like his wife turns into a hawk in the daytime. That's what time zones are like. That's the best representation of time zones, okay? Not that Oberyn's my wife, but you know, he is a legendary chatter. He does have the most fire chats in the entire stream. Hell yeah, you guys, yeah. It's like a movie. Pretty a weird synth. Oh my god. Holy. Oh, there was no rating impact there, it's funny.
You are wounded, but unquote.
Oberyn Martell? No, no, not Oberyn Martell. It's very different. I have not seen that as I am not 45 plus years old. Well, it's a good movie from the 80s, okay? Got some famous names in it. Got an evil bishop. It's a very 80s film though. To make the knockback resistant to all the biggest kinds of knockbacks like assault ground pound, oh, that's a big change. I think knockback resist for weapons. I think weapons like the Thunder Hammer could really use like a more impressive hyper armor. They already kind of have it, but like I feel a melee class should have a better no knockback than a Phobos armor like Vanguard or Sniper. Like a heavy assault like Gravis armor, you shouldn't like the no knockback should be more powerful, I feel. What's up, Chapter Master? What's up, Lord Vegeta? Man, I feel so robbed that no one told me that Sopranos was making fun of the Mafia the whole time. Sopranos is a top 5 series ever made, in my opinion. I just rewatched that. How old is FTG? He's 58 years old. Haven't you heard him ever talk about his age?
Deploy it.
FTG is also a well-known schizophrenic. A different personality posts every day. That's how he gets so many videos out. All these tournament guns, dude. Chill out. FTG is also a well-known casual eater of human flesh. That is also true. I have occasionally partaken in the flesh of a human. A long pig. What are you trying to say? I ate my entire previous channel chat room? I'm crazy?
I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You
I'll never do that.
their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this.
I see Oberyn has decided to choose... not Oberyn. I see Osborne has chosen Sons of Medusa. I see we have picked the most neon of greens for this 5th check.
Acquisition of motor engine.
Yes, looking like an awfully like a Jolly Rancher, brother. How is 25th Tour Guardsman doing? I haven't heard him in a while. A 25th Tour Guardsman's been great.
Our mission and our honor are both at stake, brothers. To war!
Only a compliment the piss yellow, brother. I'm actually a yellow cough drop. I'll have you know. Honestly, like, what's the worst tasting cough drop? And, like, it's obviously just anything lemon flavored. That or cherry. Like, I feel like... as a rule, you know, pharmaceutical companies for cough drops and stuff like that, they must go out of their way to make cherry taste bad so they can sell their products. Like maybe like once per year, this is our new cherry flavor. FTG, are you doing carry runs right now? Yeah, if you mean am I getting carried in my runs? Yes, I am doing those. Now we are helping out. Yep, we're gonna do some more. Cherry is not that bad. It depends on the chosen cherry cough drop. Okay, cherries themselves, they are succulent nectar of the tree or bush, depending. I don't know. Cola cough drops are pretty fucking bad. Ricola cough drops, dude. I fuck with a Ricola cough drop. FTG, can you lift a full-grown horse over his head and have an... FTG can lift it... Oh, hold on. This is a generational amount of glaze I'm about to read. It's an entire paragraph. I'm only in the first... I only skimmed the first sentence and I already see what's coming. FTG can lift a full-grown horse over his head. Has fought every race and religious believer known to mankind. Has a jawline so robust he could sharpen knives on it, and he has a 6-foot vertical. There's not a single true thing that you just spoke, but you will be put in the litany halls, brother. Like the Uchiha Clan's memorial plaque. Everyone will believe it's true, even though it's all bullshit and written by like some alien.
Yes, brother.
The first thing I hear when I tune in is you talking about succulent fruits. So what's up, Red? Like, we're talking about cherries, dude. You don't like cherries? I once partook of a blueberry bush. Blueberries are like gambling. They're like fruit gambling. You never know if it's going to be good or not. Didn't plan on watching a stream, but I saw Lamenter. I had to. That one actually went pretty well.
Brace for shockwave.
Their palm is the tastiest. Probably is. I look away for 2 seconds and y'all lose the plot. No, we're just in the sequel, dude. You're just watching movie 1. It's like trying to jump into Attack on Titan season 5. You have no idea what the fuck's going on. Like, what the fuck's Marley? You know that shit. Why is that like, what's a rumbling? You gotta go back in time. You gotta watch the whole stream. Succulent cherries, if you know, you know. Thank you, FCG. No problem, Solomon. Heroic block weapon. We don't know what the new heroic weapons are going to be yet. That one did go quite well. Spam is better. Spam is a trash food. Spam is of the, Spam is not even broke person food. It's just like a monstrous dish. Call us a dish, dude. Why would you ever eat something that's packaged this way, okay? Like a storage box of food. Now, I was once tier listing. Let me pull up the tier list. Hold on. Time to pull out the most important thing of all time, chat. One moment. Let's see if we can't. This is very, very important. Now, today we have pulled up what I would consider quite possibly. I think you guys are playing, by the way. Before we get into another run, I have a very, very important thing to pull up. This is called. Not the Techmarine, not that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We have something much more important here. Ah, yes. This is the snack food tier list. Now, many of you have partaken in many a delicious treat in your life, but today we'll be talking about string cheese. Now, if I were to talk about like my level of taste for snacks, number one, string cheese can go. We're gonna change this. It's called you drop this. We're gonna call this would get fat from. Would become obese from. No, actually, it would become morbidly obese off of. And then A will be would become overweight. And B is could fit into healthy lifestyle. Where is it? Here it is. And then we'll keep the rest the same. So number one, string cheese. This one, I'd say this is an average snack. Like, I can't really say that string cheese is incredible, but like, it's an okay dish. It is an okay dish. Like, if I had to pick a snack, string cheese was a go-to as a child. That's mainly because my parents got it for me. But the next one here we have is called a Slim Jim. Now, Slim Jim's going to sickening. This is beef jerky cosplay. We hate Slim Jims in this chat. Okay? Slim Jims are fucking garbage, and nobody likes these things. This is my kind of tier list. Slim Jims are, I'm telling you, man, they're beef jerky cosplay. That's what they are. It's kind of healthy, though. All right, string cheese, it's a dairy product, okay? Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack, I'm not a big fan of Cracker Jack. It's just popcorn, but worse. I'm a bigger fan of, like, normal popcorn, but, like, I'll say it's bad. Cracker Jack is pretty bad. Chester's hot fries. I would become fat off of this. I would definitely become fat. These are good. Hot fries. You do have to like. Wait, are these the? Yeah, these are the flaming hot ones. You do have to like spicy food. That is a prerequisite buff. You need to like have the enjoyment of capsaicin. If you don't like capsaicin, you will hate the Chester's hot fries. Rice Krispie treats. I would become morbidly obese off of these. These are a god tier snack. This was a gift from God himself. Rice Krispies, they have formed such a line of like just proper succulence that you can't really describe it in like normal mortal terms. But just if we just talk about the utility of a Rice Krispie treat, they have a high amount of utility. There are many ways you can use a Rice Krispie treat, which is why they go into the top tier of what would become morbidly obese from. Now, the next one, Sun Chips. This is sickening. This is a disgusting snack food. I don't know, like, if you eat these, I think less of you. As far as Fudge Stripes, this is... I would become fat off of these. These are very good. Fudge Stripes are a gut smash. Next question. Fudge Stripes are great. As would become morbidly obese off of. Welch's Fruit Snacks also would become morbidly obese. So I'm a big gummy fan, personally. I think like fruit snacks are a god tier food. Let me change the thing real quick here. Let me just change my chosen. We'll get back to, you know, we'll do the next one, and then Thin Mints. These are a Girl Scout cookie. I don't know how many of you guys actually eat Girl Scout cookies. I think they're okay, average. And then the last one, these are the ding dongs, the tagalongs. These are bad. All right, we'll stop there for now. We'll get back to the tier list later. What about Corpse Starch FTG? Here, guys, get in your game. Why do I come back to this? Because we're talking about. As people join in, we'll finish the rest of it. I would say Famous Amos chocolate chips. Listen, when I open up a bag of chocolate chip cookies, they shouldn't, like, you know, I shouldn't be worrying about a crop dusting of, like, the cookie all over my shoes. So this one's going to go into, like, average. Like, I think cookies have the potential for obesity, but, like, they obviously do, because Fudge Stripes are up here. But for me, this is an average snack. Ruffles, cheddar. I mean, dude, either eat cheese or don't. Bad. Chex Mix. This is something I feel like I've been gaslit into, like, eating in my life, so I'm also putting this in bad. Actually, I'm putting this in really bad. I think Chex Mix is pretty shit. This is like, you know, it's one of those snack foods you dig for a tasty piece of food from. Like, you aren't, like, every hand is a mystery, and the mystery is, did you get the ones that are actually tasty? Anyway, that's all of that for now. Twinkies are F, dude. Flaming Doritos are S here. Alright, Ballistic Engine. There we go. Yo, FTG, how's it going? Where are the sensations? The sensations are always here. I'd say D, personally. You know, the next one on that list was, like, Gushers. Like, if we, as we go through the loading screen. This feels like it's, you know, it's a drink masquerading as a fruit snack. I would become overweight off of these, though, because, like, they are pretty good. Mr. E puts these into, like, this tier, but I'm putting them here. Honey Buns, this is sickening. Like, I don't think Hostess is that good, for the most part. Oh, these are the other hot fries. These are definitely a top-tier snack. David's, I've never had these, but if I've never eaten. Sunflower seeds, as like a pure time investment proposition for how long it takes to eat a sunflower seed, I'm going to put that in really bad. Because, like, a snack food is there for a short treat, you know? Not to, like, have these sit there. Like, this is a lecture food. So I guess we can put it in bad. It has like mid-tier utility. Anyways.
Scans show the Tyranid. Retaking those sectors is a lost cause. Bombardment from orbit risks collateral damage, so we need a more targeted approach.
I come back to stream, I see a snack tier list. We'll get back to it later. This is just in between helping people out. I'm picking the worst class for this, by the way. I should have played Salt. For fun. Rockies are ass. I think they're pretty good. Bad Taste doesn't just extend the space marine chapters. I don't know. I don't think anybody disagrees with my S tier. Like Rice Krispies, we all agree that Rice Krispie treats are an S tier snack food, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, that's for like that's the unifying. That's a unifier of cultures. Okay. Everybody, if you're from Europe, let me know if you like Rice Krispie treats. If you're from anywhere outside of Europe and not America, you probably also like Rice Krispie treats. If I were to give a gift to a foreign leader, it would be a Rice Krispie treat. Okay.
Keep a tight formation. We do not want to get separated.
Oh no, it's all going to shit. Can I just draw this guy away? Ooh, that's a bulwark, man. I feel like we take those. Oh, we don't. It's gone. Alright, I need to kill this fucking guy. Or, okay, I guess only you die instead. That guy actually, the targeting of that robbed me. That would have been a damn near one shot on that Carnifex. You guys piss off.
This squall is as harmful as a summer breeze.
Should drive me out. I was looking for Mr. Water bottle early in the drive. What drive are you doing?
Changing magazine. All specs ready to scan.
Oh, that was a bit of a delay.
The storm has dissipated.
I probably just plasma shot him there. That's okay. Well, that was a good advantage from this guy. Well done, brother. Your names will go in the halls of things. That was a good one.
Another dust on the coaches.
Allow me to just like man fight him here now. I guess I can do this. That's why the banner is so damn good. Most valuable banner, a bioform, MVB. Artifacts are pretty strong. In my opinion, Reese's is the best single product that crawled out of the US. Dude, Reese's is too sweet for me. You are partial to Utz brand shift. I don't think I've had to Utz that much. They're okay. They are okay. I don't hate them. And I don't actively despise them, you know? Let's go over here. You ate too many Hostess cupcakes as a kid, and I don't think I could ever do it again. I like Swiss rolls when I was a kid. That's about it. But on the note of Techmarine, since I'm so off topic, guys, I become so off topic. That's my stream often turns into. We were on point for the first 2 hours. Now we're mildly brain rotted. Keep dying because every time I try to execute an enemy, a teammate takes it. Well, don't stand near your teammates. That'll never happen again. Play by yourself. They can never take your execute. You're a Fruity Pebble guy? Fruity Pebbles are pretty good. They are a fairly powerful weapon. That's called kill steal. Alright, let's kill this guy. I ate so many craisins in middle school, I never eaten cranberries since, and I'm 34 now. I thought craisins were pretty good. I was a real, like, so when I was a kid, my middle school had a snack bar because they knew they could fatten children up more than they could fatten, like, teenagers up, because teenagers, cared more. So they put, like, a snack bar in the middle school to, like, to make sure the middle school kids would buy all the snacks because they had no inhibitions and would just get fat. That was their plan. That was, like, actually the plan. But, because of that, I got to partake in the fruit snacks. I was in middle school quite a bit, and so began my, I would say that the top pure gummy candy of all time is just like Sour Patch watermelons. Your reaction time is really good for a 34-year-old? No, I'm actually 58.
Processing request.
Give Kim Jong-un a Rice Krispie treat and Snickers. That would be the easiest way to, like... You know, I like how this one just looks like a 1980s ICBM. It's always pretty funny to me. Where are the super rings? Like the Funyuns? My parents would never let me get Gushers / fruit by the foot for snacks out of the kids. I was a huge lunchtime trade compact in person. There was like, my high school had like a whole underground like gum dealership, or like kids would buy 5 packs of gum off like Amazon and then sell them for like $40 a pack. Because gum was banned in the school, and like people would like, they pay $1 per gum strip. I'm sure it's happened in many high schools, but I have in mind all the time. Happy birthday, FTG. Yeah, it's totally my birthday, definitely. What levels do you recommend for learning the enemy attack patterns for both Chaos and Tyranids? Just play Siege mode on normal. That'd be the easiest way to learn attack patterns because you fight everything. You fight both factions. Vox Liberatus is also the only one. Happy birthday, actually, it's not my birthday, it's not my birthday, you sick fuck. Stop gaslighting. I have... Oh, man. You know, the Lamentor drip is not Lamentor very much today. Super brings similar to Funyuns, but I think it has some more cheesy flavor. I am a fan of cheese and flavor. So, how many of you guys have not read the Techmarine stuff today? Out of curiosity.
I'm operating the console.
Unauthorized access attempted. User expanded in accordance to administrative security procedure.
I can't wait for the new stuff. It's going to be goated.
System reset complete. Console is reactivated.
You haven't? I'll go over it again after this. You just read it. I have a video on it. The breakdown, if you guys are curious. It comes out soon. Thank for the reply. Is the block camera better than the hero camera? Yes, it is. The hero camera has, like, it's the best fencing camera, though, if you want to use that. It is technically better. The big 5'8", the big 6'7". Okay, no 6'7" demons in this chat. I don't even understand it, okay? That's how old I am now. But, like, I don't even understand what the hell people are talking about when they say 6'7". No birthday, fake Valor. It is definitely fake Valor. Of course, dude. Bro, use the wrong console. Oh man, I'm not paying attention to that. Sure is awkward. I don't think did I use the wrong console? That'd be the second time it's ever happened.
To dispatch payload.
It's a really good build for like hunting extremists and things like that.
Escort the payload to the train.
Some of your videos are in a practice arena. How do you get that? It's a mod. It's called the testing arena. It's actually made by a guy in this chat. My goat, my friend, is the one who made that. He is... Hypex is the absolute... Might as well just be a dev for this game at this point. How much he sits in the game code.
Deep scan
fuck is 6'7"? Don't even worry about it. It's nothing of consequence. Different people for different defensive styles, but block weapons are the best weapons if you understand the parry mechanic and charge mechanic. Yes, they are the overall best. They have been taken to the highest levels of the hardest content, but they are harder to use objectively because they don't give you any stagger on the enemies. That's why players have such an issue with them. I like how when you die in this game, you just flop to the ground. Oh, okay, we're gonna Climatic first. Here, let me go. Nade this, nade that. Maybe get a boss spawn here. I'll save it like a magazine if you get one. Okay, didn't. This is that was the first trigger there.
The storm has dissipated. Swapping magazine. Someone broke that one. For reinforcement. Even humble servitors are instrumental.
I want my big slam to not be interrupted as much. Oh, with what? The Thunderhammer? Thunderhammer... Oh, first of all, so this is a big benefit of Plasma, that you can do this to these guys. I should two-shot them. Just about. Well, hit him in the turret, you can. So Xbox got the community update for the community update. Well, Xbox is getting it on Games Pass. They didn't post it on their Discord, but like, you know, it's funny that Hayes asked me the other day. He was like, "Hey, dude, where the fuck did they even come out with like the announcements for this game?" And I was like, "It is seemingly random because they'll just occasionally be like, oh yeah, so we're gonna release Space Marine 3 in 2029, and we're only gonna release this information on." Like a random interview on Warhammer TV, or sometimes they only they only talk about the new upcoming operation on like a random interview on a YouTube channel, and then other times they'll post a major reveal for the Techmarine on an Xbox Game Pass article. Like, hi FTG chat and mods, how is everyone? Pretty good, Abdul. How are you doing? I like if the bolter made the standard type of trigger was full. I don't know if you'd want that panel work.
This school is as harmful as a summer breeze.
I see the 29th will have more detail. Yeah, it will. But we got a lot of detail in this one. I mean, we have 4 images technically. A whole 4 images. That's more than we've gotten ever. Alright. I forgot Twitch hyperlinks everything. Yeah. It does. It does indeed hyperlink fucking everything in this game. Alright, this is beep boop bop. Hi FTG, what's up, brother Petitus? How you doing? Now, time to proceed for everything complete. All weapons. I will be making another leveling guide, the Heretical XP Truth. I'll be a little more concise in this one. I really want to put out more high-quality guides, because I think a lot of the mechanics in this game will not change for a while, so... I want to, on the level of the one I made, I'll have a health and armor video as well posting. Probably later today or tomorrow. I was working on it, but then the Techmarine info came out. I'm like 90% done with it. I was up till like 1 in the morning working on it, so.
Silence that burning sword, the more of its foul breath. Reloading.
Actually, do you think you'll make a weapon guide that goes over weapon combos and which ones are actually worth using? I will be doing that for every melee weapon sometime in the next month. I'm probably going to be very busy when Techmarine comes out, so I don't know if I'll have time. I'll probably release like an Omnisci Axe video because I'm sure people will have a lot of questions about that, but I'll probably get. I was working on a Power Sword one, but like right now, I have some other stuff I'm also working on. FTG only fee when the $5,000 price tag for the only fee is paid, and the PvP. Like also that's the same. Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. My god, I missed every shot. I completely whiffed. Wow. That was a real fumble. Makes me happy that I brought the soccer ball rifle.
The hive mind reels from
It really wants me.
half visual income.
Thanks you for my. Well, I would have killed him there if the game didn't make me pull out nothing on my secondary. Hi, FZ, what's up? What's up, Zorordo? I was just listening to a little bit of a Dio music earlier, too. Waiting for you to stop by. My dearest friend, Dio.
Wither away, Carnifex.
You guys know that Dio's a great guy. Never done anything wrong.
Fresh magazine.
Track 6, where servitors declare wreckage.
Okay, that'd be lame. I expect Techmarine will have a lot of customization aside from the helmet and shoulders. I'm calling it. I don't see why that would be true. It's true, he loves dogs. How he'd be evil. It's true, he cried about that dog. That he definitely didn't put in like a, you know, incinerator or something. They were pretty good when it comes to cosmetics in general. Yeah, they have been. I think, honestly, a lot of the complaints that come in Space Marine 2 are just, like, genuinely so fucking stupid to me. Like, it's just part of the game being popular. Like, we're complaining a lot about $5 DLCs. I just wish I saw more of this in, like, Darktide's community, because Darktide has, like, properly extortionary cosmetic DLC prices. Like, you have to be an actual whale to get all of the outfits you can't even see in Darktide.
Spore bombs incoming.
The weekly is free. Is Darktide really that bad? Darktide is dude, the prices for the cosmetics in Darktide, they actually cost hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. It is like $20 to $30 for some premium skins per class. Like, you don't even get them across multiple classes. Some of them do transfer over, but a lot of them do not. It's really bad. Hey, what's up, Wombat Combat? Hello, brothers. Good evening. What is up?
The ordnance is
Good.
Darktide is the best. It's definitely the best game. I don't know if I'd say it's the best for cosmetics. I think Space Marine 2 definitely wins in that regard.
Ferocramar.
Engine power depleted. detected. Initiating charging cycle. Departmental unitary penalties will be assessed.
The sacred power is depleted. Talassa, I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this.
What's your best guess for the 3 new heroic weapons for the next patch? Probably a power axe. Probably a power axe, maybe like a plasma weapon, like a plasma incinerator, and like a melta maybe. They're probably gonna pick very popular guns, I imagine. So. Power axe is my best bet. Gotta be. I think it would be a power axe. That would make a lot of sense.
And our honor are both at stake, brothers. To war!
Base routine is heretic or pre-heresy cosmetics, and it'll be chef's kiss. True. Block multi-melter for the heavy, please. I don't know why you guys want block on the heavy. I feel like the heavy wouldn't benefit that much from block. Drinking straight black coffee to lock in, dude. Black coffee's good, okay? No hate. Black coffee actually tastes good. Are they going to add any new balance changes? Almost certainly. Those will probably be in the patch notes, though. Because we're going to get the patch notes. So like, what's going to happen is we'll get the patch notes for the PTS, and then we'll get the community update, and then we'll probably get a hotfix to the PTS eventually, and then we'll get the official update. Like, balance changes being all of this.
Link your armor to the Mechanicus device. You will need to keep close proximity to the charging station until the reset is complete.
Charging system detected. Engines are requested to perform rites of restoration.
Alright, let's kill this guy. What about some Horus Hennessy? We will do another Horus Hennessy stream eventually. Probably for my birthday or something. Actually, probably not, because that was a one-time. I don't drink very much at all, but if you ever want to see me drunk, all you have to do is roll back the streams with the Horus Hennessy. Neo Volkai buffs, 200% better CHP recovery. That would be pretty cool. We'd like that. This game is far from hack and slash. It's Dark Souls with guns and more focused on the parry side. That is true. That's why it's so hard for a lot of players, is that parry mechanics in games like this are like generally very difficult for newer players to do. Alright, we're done. Look at that. Easy peasy, brother.
Successful launch.
Hey, Tour, can I join before randoms join? I might be doing a solo after this, but you know, actually, yeah, we can do that. Sure. Why not? Would be fun.
Detonation in 5. Brace for shockwave.
Thanks for the run, no problem, dude. Okay. Fun stuff. Which weapon would you recommend starting with on a fresh level 0 heavy? If you can, I would buy the Heroic Heavy Bolter. That'd probably be one of the best weapons to use to level. Or the Heroic Heavy Plasma. But if you don't have that, the number one for like a fresh level 1 heavy, the easiest one's probably the Multi-Melta, because like this thing just fucking bodies stuff. Absolutely cooks. The diabolical weapon. Alright, we're gonna go for... Let's see here. What do we want? I would like to play... Maybe like Tactical Melta? Maybe like a Bulwark build? What would I even use on the Bulwark, you may ask? A balance weapon? But like, why does the balance weapon suck so much? That's the real question. There are two balance weapons for this, but like cleaving potential is just like it does not matter at all. Like this is just such a better option. The cleaving potential on these weapons, because I had a whole video on this, like the base cleave of this weapon's attacks are already so fucking good, it doesn't even matter. Do you have a favorite class? Sometimes. Depends. I say tactical is probably my favorite because he just feels like the most well balanced. The Multi-Melta will heal your chaos spawn anxiety. Yeah, that too. Now we could go for a fencing version of the Sergeant Matoris build. Actually, what did I use in the Sergeant Matoris build? Let me look it up. Let me make a new build guide. Let me make a super... I'm going to make a super noob-friendly Sergeant Matoris build. What was it? Let's see here. Let's go back in time. What was my Sergeant Matoris build? Did I use block or not? I don't want to make this... Yeah, I used block on that one. So we're going to make a fencing one. We're going to make a Sergeant Matoris, ultra noob-friendly Sergeant Matoris build. So first off, we have to properly set this up. Now, if you're unaware of Sergeant Matoris is, he'll be a playable character in Space Marine 3, almost guaranteed. And he's also just cool. All my homies love Sergeant Matoris. Okay. And we'll grab this one. He uses a plasma pistol, primarily. But we'll do Intimidating Aura with this on top of like Restoration. I can even do Armor Contempt. I think Armor Contempt is actually okay if like you're a brand new player. I don't get any benefit out of it, but if you're someone who likes to like shield camp, it can be helpful. Purity of Purpose. This is probably a good selection for players here. So you're getting less use out of your banner with Invigorating Icon, but like Purity of Purpose is the better perk effect, but we could probably just do this because this will just make it really easy for like newer players, I think, to do. I would still take... I mean, we can take Armor Reinforcement, but like you are pretty squishy with just this active, but... Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Crux Terminus right shoulder, pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's not. He doesn't have a Crux Terminus, but he's the Imperium one. So whoever wants to come in for the weekly, come on, join. Join on in. Hop on in. We're doing Sergeant Matoris. Starfighter, you said you wanted to play, so you can get in here. It's crazy how much cooler Ultramarines are than other Loyalist chapters, even being so basic. I don't know if they're that basic. Like, they're kind of like Romans. They're pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. I like them. Brother! Ah, an Imperial Fist. Ah, I see we've decided to burn the black, what do they call it? Jaw portion. Mandibles. That's a good drip. You need a new code? I will do one more after this. We'll do one more. Actually, this will probably be the last one. We'll get you in tomorrow, Starfire, if I'm streaming. Sorry we weren't able to get you in today. The hottest take ever on the stream is Ultramarines being cooler. I can't join. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. We'll get you in on the next stream. Or after this. We'll see. I have a lot of stuff I have to work on, so I probably won't be streaming too much the rest of the day, but we'll do that. This is hype, guys.
Scans show the Tyranid numbers growing exponentially.
With bad weather rolling in, I'll join you this week in FTG. Why are you ignoring all my chats, bro? What did you say? You haven't typed anything in like ages.
Commandeer a Nova cannon implosive warhead from Navy supplies in the Astro.
There are 900 unique chatters across a 3-hour stream on this channel. I'm sorry if I occasionally miss. On average. I have to read 2 chats. My deepest apologies. I asked to join like 45 times, I didn't see any of them. Sorry, Paranoid. We have to finish the snack tier list before stream ends. That's true. We do have to do that. Alright, let's do our Sergeant Torque. Now, the Power Axe was like one of the greatest things they ever had in this game. Talk shit about Sanguinius to get FTG's attention. There are many ways to get my attention. Probably not the attention you want, though. Shit talking Sanguinius is not the path, brother. Chips and guacamole is a top 3 snack for you. I would rate all snack foods that have to have an ancillary buff to them are not inherently S tier. Kinda hard to play and read all the chat at the same time. Why do you think I just play fucking Bulwark Power Fist all day? For that exact reason. Slap on every health damage reduction perk and read the paragraphs to your heart's content. First come, first serve. What's up, George? How you doing, dude?
Silence the Tyranid's final shitting.
As a Flesh Terror enjoyer, respect.
Activate the Quartermaster's console and wake the machine spirit. Instructed to load the implosive warhead onto the train and assist it.
Is this week's Fragile easy? Yeah, I mean, you have 10 stims, so it's pretty easy. It's not as easy as the other one that had come prepared on it, but it is definitely not hard. I wouldn't say it's hard at all. Yeah, you have 30 stims across your team. That's a lot. You know, everyone's at a different skill level in the game, so you can't assume that everyone will have an easy time. You cannot assume that. Nerd clusters, elite candy snack. You guys have a unique definition of elite candy snack. Yeah, more trouble with decapitation hard daily. That one can be pretty hard. Y'all remember nerd ropes? My parents never let me eat nerd ropes. They do not allow such things for me. What would you say is better, heroic power fist or the combat knife? Heroic knife is better overall, but the heroic power fist is also very good. But the heroic combat knife it's like a strictly better version of the other balanced knife, in my opinion. So that kind of puts it up there for me. Oh look, we're getting our armor of contempt buff. Let's go. Shoot me. Do your best. Take this pathetic level of damage. This is why I just don't think, like, it's not very proactive. He just leaves me, okay. That's very rude.
Crush the ravenous brood.
How was I supposed to handle packs of Majoras that want to combo you endlessly? I tend to just play defensively and parry first for the most part, but it feels tedious. I mean, that's just how you play the game. Fit your attacks wherever you can, and then parry them or backstep dodge and perfect dodge them.
No telling what surprises await.
That is the unfortunate truth of the Space Marine 2.
Reloading.
Bro, the Blood Raven is Alfarius? Then it is. Oh god. No, brother, watch your back. That's one mines. No, I am Alfarius. Real, that's not true wombat combat. You're wombat combat. I vote for Henry Cavill for Alfarius. I don't think Henry Cavill will make a good Alfarius. I always feel like Alfarius just always struck me as more of like a Mads Mikkelsen, you know? Like someone who's inherently a little conniving looking. Sorry, Mads Mikkelsen, you're a watch for this, but you do have. There's a reason you were a James Bond villain, okay? Imagine a bald Henry, yeah. I want a horrifically bad casting like Howie Mandel. Howie Mandel just like strikes me immediately as a Chaos Worshipper in real life. That's the kind of guy you open the closet up, you just assume that he has like 50 bodies, and he's like, they're just, I'm just prepping them for the satanic circle, guys. What's wrong? This is just what we're doing. It's just the, you know, the Zinch Worshipper. Like a Nerdle Worshipper. He's on Howie Mandel was on American Idol, right? That's the one. Pedro Pascal is Fabius Bile. Howdy, brothers and sisters. What's up, Chuck Norris? Dude, Howie Mandel rubs me the wrong way. I don't know how to explain it. I guess you call it the Howie... Not call it the Howie Mandela effect. I forget what the Mandela effect even means. It just sounds funny. Eat the hard weekly with a heroic fist. That'll be a good weapon. Danny DeVito is Malcador? Okay. Let's chill out. Let's not go too far. Sydney Sweeney as Sanguinius. Alright, good. Now we're just camping. Now we're just camping. Sydney Sweeney being casted as a female custodian might be the only way to, like, you know, bridge the people crashing out. They're like, I love Sydney Sweeney, but I hate female custodians. This is having me very confused right now. That's how they do it, dude. You gotta live cast Sydney Sweeney as a female custodian to launch the series. God, the Auspex buff on the precise calibration is nuts. Pavsy, that was a one-shot, Orlando Bloom Legolas is Sanguinius. Listen, Orlando Bloom. I mean, Legolas is like the closest thing we have in live action so far to Sanguinius, right? He does just strike me as Sanguinius. Actually a great casting. On Pavsy, that was the precise calibration concentrate fire buff we just had there, right? Willem Dafoe as Fulgrim. Willem Dafoe would not. First of all, CEO Norman Osborn is in this chat. Norman Osborn would not be a good Fulgrim. If I play Power Sword and Assault, how much am I fucking myself over? You're not fucking yourself over with anything like that. Yeah, I went for max Auspex damage. Good. We'll put that. I mean, max Auspex damage really is just like... There's a reason I mention it in every single weekly, because it is like the best... I mean, look how much that enabled my damage as a class. Which axe we're using? This is the fencing version. See, that's the diabolical power of the Enraged Devourer. Well, not even Enraged Devourer, just Triple Devourer. Oh, this is all that. That's the armor content uses right there. That's the optimal scenario. Level 1 Bulwark's dream of that armor content moment. Idris Elba as Matoris. Idris Elba would be an incredible Sergeant Matoris, okay? Henry Cavill as Titus with Idris Elba. Idris Elba is also like the perfect age for Matoris too, because like he is a bit older than Titus. Well, I know the guy who asked about if he's screwing himself
Avenging angel at your disposal.
with the Power Sword Assault. You're not. You can use whatever you want. Fencing is awesome, higher level weaponry. It's really good with armor reinforcement and the aura. Very good perk. Who's Matoris? Matoris is the Ultramarine sergeant that found Titus as a kid. Or Titus knows no fear and took him into the Ultramarines as an aspirant.
A minor setback. Let us reevaluate our strategy. Talassa, I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this.
Skip it to the grave. Funnel the burden into the causeway and let them back on the edge.
I love the Blood Angel Champion pack. Awesome details. Yeah, having a Sanguinary Guard pack was not something I properly expected. I do wish... I mean, I guess it's better if they were Primaris. Primaris have grown on me. We'll say that. I think people complain about Primaris. It's a little overblown. But still, I do kind of prefer Firstborn Sanguinary Guard with like their actual wings. Because Primaris just have the jetpack. I've come to prefer Primaris overall, though, I think. I'm sure more people will as time goes on and like Primaris. Because let's just think, if they don't change models for like the next 30 years, Primaris will be the most presented of all Space Marines. Like it's going to be what 90% of the fandom is like engaging with. Especially since we're in a post-Primaris era and Warhammer 40, like whatever is the standard thing in Total War 40k and Space Marine 2 and 3, that's probably going to be the predominant perception of 40k as a whole going forward. Could you please enlighten me as to what your perk looks like on your block power axe? Well, you can go on my YouTube channel. I have many power axe videos on builds for that. So if you're curious, they're all there. I can't show you in game right now, obviously. Oh my lord. Primaris gave us the oh so great Phobos armor. It's definitely the weakest armor set in my opinion of the new options. But I don't utterly despise Phobos armor. I just don't think it's as good as it could have been, you know? Alright. Ow. Okay, well. I had to spam my key. If they're behind any object like that, their timing does get a little different. Did we get Tom Hardy to play Alpharius as Omegon just like he did in Legend? You know, I don't know why. You just unlocked a core memory of mine. A core memory about something semi-recent. which is the Malkador animation they had. Because there is one video where they have Malkador the Sigilite be as like an actual CGI voice character a ways back, like some years ago. But I do wish we had more information on the Sigilite Order, because I was up at around 2 a.m. the other night, and I was reading about, I was reading an old post somebody made about, like, are the Eldari really up their own ass, or are they justified? And, like, first of all, Eldari are the dumbest motherfuckers on Earth. No, not even on Earth, in the galaxy. These guys made a Chaos God, and they're still up their own asses about it. They were made to be perfect. And I saw some, like, truly cosmic level Eldari cope in that post. And people were like, oh no, dude, the Eldari are like, they were the best race ever. I'm like, first of all, they were genetically engineered to be like a super race, and they still have a weaker Psyker than the God Emperor and Malkador. Like, what are we even doing? Like, yeah, they have greater psychic potential, but they are millions of years old. And their species is so fucking weak at times compared to the strongest human Psykers. Like, Mephiston bodies absolutely claps the cheeks of like 90% of Eldari Farseers. If we're talking about the God Emperor, dude, there's no competition.
Detonation in 5. Brace for shockwave.
Like, in the course of 40,000 years, humanity made technology for our guys. We made technology that basically allowed us to genetically engineer Custodes that body 99% of Eldari in one-on-one combat, outside of things like exceptional soldiers, the Harlequins, and even that's like more of a exception to the rule. Yeah, Ahriman as well can sweep most Eldari, but in the case of Ahriman's like, you know, he's a Chaos Sorcerer. He's directly powered by the gods of the Warp. Mephiston is just he's tapping into like stolen power, basically. That's stolen power, but you know what I mean. Cheek clapping, you heard me. Harlequins are also neutral for the most part. No, yeah, they are neutral for the most part. There is one, like, if we're trying to slander Custodes, Falling Cow, after Techmarine's out and all that. So if any of you guys watch the power scaling YouTuber Falling Cow, he and I were going to make a video at some point talking about, like, how powerful Astartes in this game should be compared to their lore counterparts, and, like, how overpowered they actually are. But if you want to talk about, like, Custodes slander, like, the easiest go-to for Custodes slander is just say, oh, Harlequins mopped them, like, way back when. They mop their shit up. Hey, FTG, do you sometimes experience blurry textures? I do. I'm hoping you could tell me a fix if you have. Do you agree with Joe plays that the rejects could kill a Space Marine? I mean, the Psyker probably could. Like, maybe a normal battle line guy? Maybe. Maybe like a firstborn battle line. Definitely not like a... I would put my money on the Primaris, because the moment they enter a spot... You gotta think. Astartes are so strong in accuracy. They train relentlessly. A lot of these guys are centuries old. Let me look at this video from Joe. I know Joe. She's actually very nice, but I may have to roast her take on this. Joe plays Dark Tide. Alright, we're gonna do some react slop real quick to this. Dark Tide's rejects can easily kill a Space Marine. Holy fuck. 32 minutes, he dies easy. Alright. I'm watching. This is a 74,000 view. Okay. We're going to react to this because I have some thoughts. I don't usually do react slop, but when it comes to power scaling, it's mandatory. I'm using the bathroom, though. Yeah, that's far as far. That is an inflammatory title. That's good. That is fucking content. Like, the point of this off, or with the dislike ratio, I'll have to ask.
lack the locomotion to hover over each of you as you work. Solve the riddles of steel with the minds you are blessed with.
React slop. Now, if I were one to post, if I ever posted a video saying that Dark Tide rejects could kill Space Marines, I would just have like half my fan base just unsub immediately because we're all Imperium pilled. But the thing is, Joe is actually very knowledgeable on 40k. She knows a lot about the overall universe, so we will take a look at this. Let me go pull it up real quick. Where is it? Dark Tide rejects can totally kill a Space Marine. Okay, this is like... Where is it? It's summary. Why do I have so many fucking windows open? What's wrong with me? Okay. We'll put it in the same. Here we go. Here's how we'll pull it up. Pull it up this way. FTG, when are you gonna play Siege? I play Siege sometimes, but like, I only find Siege all that entertaining, to be honest. FTG, which community power skills do you think are the most brain damage / funniest? I mean, listen. I know many a power scaler in my life. I know many, mostly anime power scalers. Like, you know, I've met I used to know Clyde very briefly way back when. Clyde, 100, no operator if you want to call him a power scaler. In the 40k community, dude, 40k fans are garbage at power scaling. They are fucking trash at this. I would say Talking Parrot, Banana Parrot guy, he's one of the best. Falling Cow is very good at power scaling. But like, yeah, if we're talking like, you remember Seth the programmer? I never met him personally. I know some of his friends, and the allegations are all true. I mean, in anime power scaling, everybody. I've never met him personally, though. I do know people who still, for some reason, hang out with that guy. But what are you gonna do? I've never liked anyone adjacent. Since I can say this because no one really gives a shit on a 40k channel, but I never liked anyone adjacent to Seth, ever, even before all that happened. And the people I've met who are friends with him are like total dickheads half the time. So, let's see.
They're sold to us as the most
Okay, let's pull up the slop. Dude, why is this being so dumb? Okay. Here we go. This is today. This is the React slop. The one we'll do. This is by Joe Plays Games. She makes great content. Oh, I'm not subbed. Called out. I thought I was subbed. She made this video. This is called Dark Tide Rejects Can Easily Kill a Space Marine. That is some seriously inflammatory Cotton 4K. Yeah, Cotton fake fans. Sorry, Joe. This has... She knows what she's talking about. For the most part, we'll see.
When it comes to Space Marines, they're sold to us as the most incredible, badass, unstoppable killing machine that's ever existed. That's why they're the poster boys of Warhammer 40,000, and rightfully so. There's been some hints and teasers that we may see Chaos Space Marines as an enemy someday in Darktide, and this has become a big point of contention for a lot of people, not just amongst Darktide players, but the 40k community in general. Many people think that there isn't a universe where the rejects can or should be able to fight and win against a single basic Space Marine, much less a Plague Marine, which are Nurgle followers and notoriously tougher. Trying to determine a hard line or point of reference for power scaling or who could win in a fight against whom in 40k is kind of completely
An ogre
useless,
can kill a Space
but
Marine,
that doesn't mean that
Technically
people don't
true.
try to argue it all the time. If you dig into Warhammer lore and actually look at Space Marines across all their depictions in books, shows, video games, and today we'll be looking at especially the tabletop because it's the only place where we get actual measurable numbers, I hate to say it, but you'll come to find that a single Space Marine is a chump and the rejects could wipe the floor with him easily.
Okay. We have quite the opening statement. I mean, Space Marines are definitely overrated, but that is not true. Space Marines, the accuracy alone. Okay, we'll continue. Hold on, we'll continue before I glaze Space Marines. We'll continue.
Hit the subscribe button.
Hey, we did that.
To defend my stance, I want to start off by laying some lore foundation that supports my argument. When you look to the decades of lore to try and get a grasp on what the capabilities of a single Space Marine is, things get really inconsistent. They can face off against the most powerful of Tyranids like the Patriarch single-handedly and live to tell the tale. A single Space Marine can take on an entire invasion force of chaos. They can stand against the greatest demonic forces of the warp and banish them back to the pits that spawned
Rage bait,
them.
if you've ever
The
seen it. Hold on,
physical
she's
might
not
and
ready.
utter
Just
fear
give it a sec.
single Space Marine
Let her cook.
can
Let her
and
cook.
should strike into the heart of anyone can't be overstated, depending on your source material. On the other end of the spectrum are examples like that time a Space Marine was killed by a pointy stick. I am not making that up. This excerpt is from chapter 29 of the novel First Heretic by Aaron Dembski Bowden. What of Sarfareth? Dead. What? Killed 10 months ago, shortly after you left. Slain by a human of all things. An unlucky thrust with a wooden spear. Argel Tall tapped 2 fingers against his neck, tore out most of his throat.
Anything could happen at any time.
I've never seen anything like it. Blood of the gods, I'd have laughed if it
So
hadn't
my
been
issue
pathetic.
with taking book excerpts, first of all, the Black Library, she'll go into tabletop more. She did say she'll be doing that, but the Black Library is not like 100% canon in all way. I mean, it's canon, but like not everything's true in the Black Library books. And when you're looking at like power scaling, like a Space Marine and stuff like that, if we're power scaling Space Marines, you want to take their average feats more than like their outliers, because I could find an outlier feat where like a guardsman gets shit on by like a rat somewhere. Like, in real life, people slip off a ladder and die sometimes. I wouldn't use that to be like all humans are dumb enough to be clumsy and slip off a ladder and die. But that's a bad example. But I would say before we begin to go further into this, I would say the ones that can probably kill a Space Marine with some luck would be Psychers #1, because warp powers are cracked, and Ogrins if they get like the jump on them, because Ogrins are ridiculously tough, but
tragic. He bled out before the apothecaries could reach him, still trying to shout the whole time. Basic guardsmen can and do routinely kill Space Marines in combat armed with nothing more than las guns in lore, just like Sergeant Major Morrow and his squad of no-hopers that took down a whole-ass Hound of Angron.
Run! What the hell is that, Sarge?
That's death, pure and simple.
What's up, Curse Luchador?
All right now, Opus. Weapons up. Bring it down.
Darktide itself has laid the foundation that it does not
Skaven,
consider
not
a
Skaven.
Chaos Space Marine to be an unkillable demigod. And that's just with what seems to be a small squad of basic las rifle-wielding soldiers. Morrow didn't have the God Emperor's favorite crackheads armed with a sharp pipe and a rock on that day, and Khorne himself should probably be relieved that
Okay,
he didn't,
I think I have an issue with the starting statement here, because we don't know what they. First of all, the Astra Militarum almost always have artillery. They are almost always like over prepared in terms of bombardments. We don't even know what happened. How they actually killed it. I don't know if I'd use that as like, oh, they can just lasgun through these guys. I don't know, like Darktide and Space Marine 2. I do think like Darktide and Space Marine 2 are horrible at properly representing of like properly representing the power levels of these characters in general. Like Primaris were just too strong in Space Marine 2, but also the rejects are too strong in Darktide in a lot of cases. Like a Plague Ogre or Chaos Spawn would mop most of these guys. But like as far as my initial takeaway from this, if a Space Marine walked into the ship with the Darktide rejects, he would just headshot every single one of them before they could do anything. Like maybe the Psyker could put up a bubble. That'd be like their best bet. Like, what the fuck is an Ogren, a veteran guardsman, or a zealot doing when, like, the 8-foot-tall transhuman pops in and just pulls a bolt pistol on them? Like, I would say the best way to look at this would be like the Astartes. We'll continue. Okay, we'll let her cook.
As Darktide's rejects wouldn't have just beat that hound, they would have embarrassed him. Our rejects kill beasts of Nurgle by the dozens, knock down thousands of enemies in a single encounter, coup de grace carapace-clad Ogrins in a few hits to the noggin, and send so many demon hosts back to the warp they probably have started a support group in the Garden of Nurgle. So if the rejects can do that, where is the line on what they can't handle? Great question, and technically there isn't a hardline answer, but something that I kind of kicked a hornet's nest on was pointing out that Terminator squads have been called out in Darktide. Based on what we know about Fat Shark's stance for player Space Marines, it seems more likely that if this tease ends up meaning anything at all, it would be Chaos Terminators, as in enemies that we might fight. And boy oh boy did I hear from the comments section about how it's ridiculous that the rejects could reasonably fight a single Chaos Space Marine, much less a Terminator, which, as we just went over briefly, the lore support for that is dubious at best. Instead, I prefer an approach using one of the few systems that gives us hard numbers. It's a system that we actually know from Fat Shark devs they do look to for information and guidance when it comes to power scaling: the tabletop game.
You guys have a lot of weapons and tools and stuff like that. Do you guys look at the codexes and like kind of go, okay, so this gun's super powerful, this is what AP2 is? Like, do you guys look at that stuff when you're adding stuff into the game and try to make it as close to the codex right as possible?
Yes, I currently have a codex on
if that's true, first of all, I'm pretty sure this is the game director of Fat Shark, who, this is, God, what is his name? Jeff did an interview with this guy a while back, but not Games Workshop, of Fat Shark. He's one of the creative directors. They're doing a terrible job at having proper power levels in Fat Shark, in the Darktide games. That's what they're trying to do for like codexes. But all right, as far as the note of a Death Guard, guys, Death Guard are every bit as accurate and efficient as a normal Astartes is, on top of being like ridiculously powerful against small arms fire, especially, which is like 99% of what the Darktide rejects use is small arms fire. It is like tiny bolt pistol. Like an auto gun is not doing jack shit to a Death Guard.
To the codex right as possible?
Yes, I currently have a codex on my desk back in Sweden. I won't tell you why, but I am looking at some stuff. Yeah.
Now, the tabletop game is meant to be balanced so that any faction could have a fighting chance against another. Notice that I stressed meant to be balanced, because as anyone who has actually played the tabletop game for any amount of time will tell you, that really couldn't be further from the actual truth. Something that the tabletop game does do reasonably well, however, is balancing the game around the ideas and in-universe strategies that different factions employ in war. Space Marines are a very solid middle-of-the-road faction in 10th edition, and you might be wondering how we're going to measure how well they might perform against Darktide's rejects if the rejects themselves don't actually have any models on the tabletop. Except they kind of do. In 10th edition, there's a selection of models that have current official rules and pretty well mirror our original non-DLC character reject squad. So let's meet the rejects. Actually, first up, let's learn some basic terms for those who have never played the tabletop game
Here,
before,
we're gonna go to
because it's
1.25.
important. In the Warhammer 40,000 tabletop game, models in your army have different stats for both attacking and defending. Your models come with different options for weapons they're allowed to have attached to them, and typically you only get one ranged weapon option and one melee weapon option per model. There's some exceptions to that, but typically
It
that's
does
how
add
it
Space
works.
Marines to Dark
Once
Tide, the
you've
game itself
decided
turns
what
into a
weapons
clown
you'll use
show,
on each
true.
model, you'll use a data sheet when you go to attack an enemy to know all the pertinent information that determines how effective your attacks
Bro,
are
although I can
at
start
actually
listing and
hitting
headshotting all the
damaging
Dark Tide
any
enemies
given enemy.
easily.
On weapons, A stands for attacks, which is literally how many times your model can use that weapon to make an attack during the combat phase. On ranged weapons, BS means ballistic skill, aka how accurate your shots are. WS for melee weapons is weapon skill, or how proficient your model is with that weapon. S is for strength, meaning how hard your weapon punches against an enemy. AP means armor penetration, which is any extra advantages your weapon has to actually piercing armor. And finally, D is damage, and that's just how many
you talk
wounds your weapon is
faster,
capable of
Oli?
dishing out. All
Yes.
these weapon stats are then put up
When I
against
do
the target
this.
enemy's defensive values. On the defense side, T stands for toughness, and is how well your model resists getting hurt.
The
when
argument is the
enemy successfully
tabletop
hits
rules
them, and
then?
this
Well,
is
I think what she's saying is just that, as far as tabletop rules are concerned, this is a good metric to, like, judge on where, like, the general power level of these things are. So if we look at the tabletop, if I go back to Space Marine 2 here. So in Space Marine 2, a Primaris is pretty equivalent to, like, a Tyranid Sword Warrior. That's a good baseline. Like, if you look at their stats and are like, okay, they're comparable units, that can give you an idea of their overall power levels, but also in the tabletop, if I took, like, a Primaris Marine, I rolled perfectly every single time, I could just take down some god-tier characters that, like, my character in lore should reasonably never be able to kill. And I don't think that's, like, a proper way to judge that on. But anyways, back to this.
Compared against the attacking weapon's strength. For example, if you have a model with a toughness of 3 and the enemy is attacking with a strength 4 weapon, your opponent would roll a 6-sided die and need to roll a 3 or higher in order to have a chance at wounding your model. Then there's W, which is wounds, which is essentially hit points on your model. It's literally how many times they can take a wound before your model dies and is removed from combat. Obviously, these systems are loosely represented in Darktide, with toughness being an overshield that helps mitigate damage enemies can do to player characters, and wounds being how many times your character can go into a down state before outright dying. Lastly, in the tabletop game, there's saving throws. When an enemy model attacks yours and makes it through your toughness, you have another opportunity to roll a die and get a Hail Mary on not actually taking a wound from the attack. Save values are shown on tabletop model datasheets as 5+, 6+, etc. This means that for a 5+ save, when you roll a 6-sided die, you need to roll a 5 or higher to pass your save check. If you manage to pull that off, then it's similar to having your armor save your life when taking a shot, or you had an old Nokia phone in your chest plate that was able to deflect a sword. Alright, now that we know some of the basics of 40k tabletop gaming, now let's meet the rejects. First up, we'll start with the veteran. I personally think
Joe
the
always
closest
does a great
unit
job
in
when
10th
she
edition
edits these
Warhammer
things.
to Darktide's veteran is the commander unit. And since we can make our characters from this planet specifically, I'm choosing the Cadian commander. Commanders have a toughness of 3, making them pretty average for toughness in terms of tabletop units. They come with 3 wounds, which is considerably tankier than the standard guardsman's normal 1, which compared to what we see in Darktide seems appropriate. With a saving throw of 5+, they don't stand a fantastic chance at surviving hits. They have the voice of command ability at their disposal and an arsenal of weapons that include hits we use in Darktide like bolt pistols, las guns, las pistols, plasma guns, and chainswords. And we'll just ignore the list of fabulous weapon additions that are just being sat on instead of added into Darktide for some reason. On top of having these familiar weapons and abilities, Cadian commanders also come equipped with metapacks in their war gear, a familiar piece of equipment that our characters in Darktide can deploy on the fly in missions for extra health. Well, not a perfect match, and none of these will be because Darktide's
Good
characters
players
are
don't play
designed purely
Space
off
Marine
the tabletop
competitively.
game. It's
Fridge,
one
you're
of
always
the
out
best
here
matches
with the
we have in
hot
10th edition
takes.
Warhammer. Next up, we have our favorite giant goodest boy, the Ogryn. Ogryn bodyguards are individual character units that have both 6 toughness and wounds, double that of the veterans. He also gets a feel no pain save of 6+, which allows him an extra opportunity to roll to ignore taking wounds in combat that most other models don't get.
Well, I don't think we should take the actual, like, tabletop stats one for... Okay, well, we'll let her cook on this. We'll let her cook more on this. But if she's trying to say that we shouldn't take the... we should be taking the actual stats in this stuff, I don't know if I agree with that at all. Because at some point, I mean, a headshot canonically just one-shots an Ogryn. Like, in the tabletop, you could technically shoot, like, 17 times and miss a bunch of shots, or, like, some of your hits just don't kill stuff. But
For weapons, our Ogren Bodyguard can take a Grenadier Gauntlet or Ripper Gun for his ranged options, and a Bulgren Maul, generic close combat weapon, huge knife, or use your Ripper Gun to beat the shit out of enemies in melee. Moving on to the next member of the team, the Zealot. In the tabletop, the closest model to representing Darktide Zealot is the Ministorum Priest. They have 3 toughness and 3 wounds, putting them on the same level as Veteran for how tanky they are, but they get an extra feature called an invulnerable save. In the 40k tabletop, some weapons specify that they ignore armor, making it so your model wouldn't get their normal saving throw when hit. Generally, this would mean that your model is Kentucky Fried Fucked, but in cases of models
Kentucky Fried
Fuck, they get to make a saving throw no matter what and try to avoid taking a wound from the attack. In the case of the Ministorum Priest, their default save value is rolling a 4 or higher on a die, which isn't too bad. This helps represent the fact that Zealots are a bit harder to kill in Darktide than the other 2 standard human characters. I tend to think of this as a stand-in for the Until Death ability on their skill tree. Their core and combat abilities don't really translate well in what we see in Darktide's gameplay, which is fine. They're able to do extra damage and help allies do extra damage, which all of Darktide's player characters typically have auras and other buffs that help them do that. But what stands out about the Ministorum Priest is that for their arsenal, they can take a Holy Pistol, which has a similar weapon profile to the Bolt Pistol, and a power weapon, so that's things like
I'm gonna send this to Falling Cow and just ask him what he thinks about this, because he power scales this religiously. I'm just curious what he thinks.
Priest model a weapon called a Vindicator, which is a flamethrower. A Vindicator is a bit more extra compared to the Zealot's flamethrower, but since that is a class-specific weapon for them in Darktide and so iconic, it was important to me that it's represented. Last but certainly not least, we have the Psyker model, which in 10th edition is going to be the Primaris Psyker. They're the same squishiness as the Veteran model with 3 toughness and 3 wounds and a 5+ saving throw. However, they come with some extra tricks up their sleeve you'll find familiar. First of all, the tabletop model has an ability called Psychic Barrier, which they can put up and try to protect themselves and other models in their unit from enemy gunfire. For melee combat,
she says rejects are getting blitzed and stomped by the story. Rejects, okay, in defense,
the Great Sword. The Primaris
the rejects in Darktide, they could technically kill on the Astartes. They have plasma. They have the equipment that would be necessary to kill an Astartes, but an Astartes also has everything necessary to one-shot every single one of them.
Is one of those rare exceptions in the tabletop where they have multiple ranged attacks they can choose from to use in the shooting phase of combat. They're equipped with a las pistol or their psychic powers, and it really isn't a competition on which one is the better option to use. Psychic Maelstrom attacks are extremely powerful and granted extra buffs to penetrate enemy armor, as well as having a chance to inflict something called devastating wounds. When the attacks for Psychic Maelstrom roll, any attacks that are critical hits mean that they cause devastating wounds, which denies the enemy target both their regular saving throw or an invulnerable saving throw, which is inflicting a type of wound called a mortal wound, so it's extra nasty. Alright, so we have our 4 Darktide reject characters that are the best representations we can find in the 10th edition Warhammer 40,000 tabletop game. I'm not including our BDs or Hive Scum, this is purely going to be the original rejects. Including the bonus classes would mean needing to cobble together rules from completely different games and make my life significantly more complicated, and homie, don't play that. So yeah, here's our rejects, they're awesome. Now, we just need something for them to fight. In the actual game, Darktide's rejects hack and slash their way through countless enemies. Hordes upon hordes of poxwalkers, carapace-clad ogrins, and even one of the most disgustingly resilient enemies that all of Warhammer 40k has to offer, the Beast of Nurgle. They seem nigh unstoppable in the video game, but how does that stack up to how they would perform in the tabletop? Let's put it to the test. This is Unit Crunch, a Warhammer
8 to 9 crushing
tabletop
defeats versus the Astartes, yeah, pretty much.
Models and defending models, and run thousands of combat simulations at once for statistically significant outcomes, detailing how many wounds were successfully delivered, how many models.
Okay, we're actually just basing like how well they would do based on like how they would do on tabletop. That's nonsense. Like that's not how you would scale these guys at all. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'd ever even like it's okay to like look at the tabletop stats for like an equivalent unit. I'm like, okay, Tyranid Warrior should be pretty equivalent to like a Primaris and stuff. Like actually running simulations, I think we're going like a little. I think we're losing the plot a little bit on like what the tabletop's supposed to represent. Because in Magic the Gathering, I can also body Nico Bolas with my 1/1 like Totski the what's his name? Totski Bearer of Secrets. My 1/1 legendary squirrel, and I can kill Nico Bolas with that. Does that mean Nico Bolas is going to lose to him? I don't think so. Yeah, books and tabletop are all we got. That's true, but it's more about like how they're presented, you know. I would say, and for this in particular, I think books are are better than like
the
ranked
overall
simulations.
likelihood of an attacker killing a defender in any given engagement. Everyone say hi, Unit Crunch! Hi, Unit Crunch! This is going to be our new best friend for the next several minutes. First, we're going to put together our reject squad along with their weapon loadouts. For Veteran, we're going to give him an overcharged plasma rifle for his ranged attack and a chainsword for his melee. He won't be getting any crack grenades because it's a command phase thing which I can't even represent in this battle sim, so we're just not going to deal with that. This means compared to how veterans are portrayed in actual Darktide, our tabletop veteran is going to be a little underpowered. For our Zealot, if they take the Vindicator, which is the tabletop version of the flamethrower, they are required to take that one weapon and use it for both their ranged and melee combat options. Even though that isn't true in Darktide,
FTG plays green? No, Fridge. I play blue, first of all. I'm way worse. I play blue, Counterspell. I play Ball, Lord of Compliance, okay? Exclusively Counterspell Commander.
And a Thunderhammer, for example, I am going to be good and play by the rules because the tabletop game informs Darktide, not the other way around.
I play Venser decks and perma-bounce your whole deck. I'm very fun to play against in Commander Magic, I assure you.
Our Ogren Bodyguard will be equipped with one of his standard loadouts in 10th edition tabletop, the Ripper Gun and the Huge Knife. And for the Psyker, she'll be using her focused Witchfire Psychic Maelstrom, which I personally like to think of as the Brain Burst, and have a basic force weapon for melee fighting. So with that out of the way, our rejects are ready to fight. And what better to start them out with on combat than something nice and simple? Really ease them into it. Something like, oh, I don't know, 10 Poxwalkers. This should be a cakewalk. The rejects slay Poxwalkers all day long.
Okay, I personally don't care as much for the arguments here. We're still in tabletop. I don't know if I agree with this.
Healing the Beast of Nurgle doesn't look so good, considering that on the tabletop, it regenerates all of its wounds at the end of each combat phase where we don't kill it outright, which is a crazy advantage that this guy doesn't get. Meet the basic bitch Space Marine. He has a toughness of 4, 2 wounds, and makes a successful saving throw on a 3 or better. He is a testament to genetic engineering and the unbridled rage stemming from neglectful parenting. Let's see how that turns out for him. He's fucking garbage! Look, I understand that in Warhammer lore, a basic everyday run-of-the-mill Space Marine is the most rare and amazing sight for a mere mortal to behold with their own unworthy eyes. They're faster than the Flash, stronger than Superman, have armor tougher than adamantium, and are more traumatized than Batman. I get it, but the problem with that perspective is that the lore is wildly inconsistent. Sometimes an unnamed Space Marine is that level of untouchable godhood, and other times a goddamn chaplain gets his entire throat removed by a literal caveman with a pointy stick. Eisenhorn single-handedly puts down a Chaos Space Marine at least once in his career. Caiaphas Cain has held his own against a World Eater. The Player Party and Rogue Trader, Dumpster, multiple Space Marines, and no one flips their tits over that one. And you may think that comparing our rejects to
I mean, you body multiple Space Marines in a Rogue Trader. I talked about this with Revan before. Like, yes, you body multiple Space Marines in Rogue Trader, but Rogue Trader's not even like remotely intended to be lore accurate. And like a lot of these things are outliers because in one of these books, yes, if we're looking for slandering word bearers, Bridge, you're gonna love this. I'm about to defend word bearers here because Terminators do. Like, there was an ogre in one story that like bodies to. I actually have an entire short about this on my other channel, going over this one story excerpt where an Ogren bodies 2 Chaos Terminator word bearers, just like absolutely pulps them by like via suplex, and they think that it's a and like it's a super outlier, but like word bearer, it was word bearer Terminators. That would never happen usually. It's just not what happens in general. It's more of like the composite. Like you don't take the worst feat and judge an entire guy based on that, especially not in a story as widespread as 40k is, where like there are so many different interpretations.
Horn or Kane or any other named character is completely laughable, but the thing is it isn't. Our rejects are genuinely built different TM. If Darktide was a Black Library novel series, our player characters would be named characters. In the War of Tertium, where supposedly we're scraping by and scrapping for survival with impossibly high attrition rates, our rejects haven't just come back from one single mission. Oh no, we get juiced up, the blessings of the Emperor sprinkled on us, and get our asses slapped on the way out of the door by Hadron to go out and complete an entire 16 fucking mission campaign. At this point, Riddick probably promoted us because he didn't know how else to respond when a Beast of Nurgle spits us out at his feet, explodes from the crack grenade left inside of it, and we just shrug, light up an IHO stick, and say, sup, Ivan. When it comes to an entire 4-person squad of us versus a single basic Space Marine, that guy better be pissing his pants and calling for backup, because if it's just him alone, he does not stand a single careless whisper of a chance against our rejects. It's not even a fair fight, which is exactly what this fight on the tabletop is. It's completely unbalanced and not a fair fight at all. Normally, a squad of basic Marines would be in at least a group of 5, so let's get him some friends. Let's find out how a whole squad of Space Marines does at defending themselves against the tabletop rejects. Alright, now we're talking. This is looking like an actual fight, with our rejects having about a 20% chance to kill the entire squad of 5 Space Marines when you factor both melee and range combat together. So if we can't outright kill them in one round, how does our squad's likelihood of surviving against an onslaught of 5 Space Marines look? At this point, I've been bouncing back and forth between data sheets, battle simulations, and writing up the results of these for about 4 hours now, and I'm starting to lose my grasp on what little of my sanity is left. So to make my life easier, and also because it'll probably be funnier, we're going to give all these Space Marines the same loadout because it will be a cold day in hell before I spend the time entering all that information for 5 unique weapon loadouts. I'll do one loadout giving all of the Space Marines some of their best weapons in the entire game. All 5 of these bad boys are going to be rocking the multi-meltas and power fists! I'm a little afraid to run this combat simulation because I have a feeling I'm going to regret my decision. This is probably going to be a bloodbath.
Okay.
The rejects actually did admirably. Remember that in order to lose a game of Darktide, your entire team has to get wiped, and statistically, we see here that in a tabletop
I guess we're basing... Okay, so I understand. I'm not gonna watch the rest, not because I just don't have time, but I do need to go and get some weeklies done. But I'll give her a like on this. But as far as my thoughts on like what actually happens to a Space Marine, to a squad, we'll pull up this. This is what happens if they get the drop. They get their little... And then they're dead. And that's probably how it would go. They shoot... the thing about Space Marines is they're unbelievably accurate. I would not judge their performance based on like the tabletop at all, like especially not like a dice game. Yeah, they just shoot them twice, and there's like, okay, everyone was a headshot, they instantly died. I mean, if you're judging on the tabletop, yeah, but I wouldn't judge it on the tabletop. They might think, but Joe makes good videos. You should still subscribe to her. She still does make great stuff. Maybe I don't really agree with the power scaling though. All right, back to what we were doing. Bolter sounds to the Starties from Peak, true. That's the agenda I want from 40k power scale. That's a pretty impressive level of agenda, isn't it? I'd like to mention that Starties are not physically cracked. They are not only physically cracked, they're also mentally cracked, ballistic calculations, and so on. I mean, they train relentlessly, and Astartes, yeah, think. The biggest thing that is underrepresented in Space Marine 2 is the actual perception and speed of Astartes. You're actually slow in this game to what you should be. That's like the only place they fucked up. In every other way, you're strong. That's hard to represent in a game. But in every other way in Space Marine 2, you are overpowered, but in terms of speed, you're underpowered. You should move faster. Their movements are like scary. Even Eldari think that these guys are a little nuts at times. A gorilla with a shotgun, basically. Let's play some Imperial Fist now. Actually, we play Death Watch. I'll play an Imperial Fist. We'll do that. Alright, let's get some people in. The Psyker probably could. The Psyker probably could body us. Potentially. I was expecting actual power scaling argument. I'm less annoyed because I was expecting like actual power scaling arguments from that, but it was more of a like tabletop thing. We need a hell of a good Psyker dude, not any Psyker can pull it off. It's true. Everyone wants to come on in and come play. We've got Othman back. Same way 3 stars, you're looking at a Hive Tyrant and Space Marine. Dude, it's true. I mean, I like Jo. She makes great videos. And she does know her stuff on the tabletop, clearly, for like what's actually there. And she does like look into sources. I just don't know if that's how I would personally power scale something. That's just me, though. But what do I know? What do I know? Any tips for the combat knife? I am terrible at it. Combat knife is pretty good. I mean, I'll make a guide on this weapon eventually. Just learn to use your skull crushers for my #1 thing. Alright, 1 second. This will be my last one. And then... We're in the Ultramarine comments on the door? Yeah. 1 second, guys. I actually play this song. Okay, let's swap on Vault. A little bit of light power sword gaming, a fencing power sword. I haven't done a gunstrike fencing build at all on this guy in forever, so could do that. Armor reinforcement, gunstrike build, wings of flame. I wouldn't even necessarily need wings of flame. Which chapter we run? Death Company? Oh, fuck yeah. God bless the Death Company. Depth Guard turns up, dead rejects from the stink, pretty much. I asked Falling Cow what he thinks about that video's argument. We'll see. No shade towards Joe. It's pure... This is pure agenda, okay? Joe makes great videos, but power scaling, inherently a controversial topic. I will say, if I were to upload a video that said that the Veteran Guardsman, the Dark Tide of Rejects, can kill a Space Marine easily, I would never see the next day. I would just die. All of my guys, everyone here loves Space Marines. There's no way. I have like the absolute most glazers of all time. The most glazed donut of chats for Space Marines possible, on top of being wrong if I said that. The video is well presented, she just committed heresy. Yeah, that video took a while to make. Like, she probably took at least, like, 5 to 10 hours editing that, if not more. Not to mention scripting it. I'm notoriously terrible at, like, the video I made on the fencing and balance weapons, that took me like 10 hours of editing, because I just used a lot of individual clips for it. It's not glazed if it's true. It can be both. Like, I can say Ryomen Sukuna is the strongest character in JJK, but I could still overblow how strong he actually is. Which of course I will, because I am a wizard. Does she know when Astartes moves and reacts at light speed? They do not move and react at light speeds. Primarchs do. Astartes do not. Did they move and react at light speeds? No one, not even Primarchs move at light speed. Hold on. The only time a Primarch has ever been implied to move at light speed was when, like, one guy picked up a sword, like a psychic-powered sword, or like a spear partially imbued with Sanguinius's power. This is what I mean when I say glaze, Corvette. Is that, yes, Astartes are strong. They are not fucking light speed. Light speed's crazy. Primarchs react at light speed, though. They don't actually move at light speed, but like they have perception at that level. At least if you take the Sanguinius spear, where the guy saw Lasbolts in slow motion. Light speed, the limit of physical reality. Yeah, the 60 mile per hour running guys with light speed, definitely. Faster than light speed. Where are the Okay, we're just glazing. Primarch Barry Allen can, yeah. Bronastar's literally put a moon into orbit. What are you talking about? I'll just see the feats for that. Listen, if you were to go, if I go in versus battle and I don't see the dumbest glaze ever of their speed, they're probably not light speed in any single thing they've ever done. So as shit as versus battle is, it's not shit because it's shit because it's wrong because they glaze too much, not because they don't put out the actual feats usually. Astartes can time travel too. Yeah, like when we say time travel, do we mean like Psychers can? I think the Khan also pulled out some crazy speed combat trance stance. Yeah, there was at one point where you did that. I think on max speed they simply go back in time. Yeah, dude, like the Snyder cut. That warrior was aura farming. That's why enraged mechanics suck. I just missed my shot. Beautiful. Wait, oh, I didn't take Wings of Flame. Brain rot moment. Stroke moment. He's a hockey wizard. Hold on. Hold on. Do I see Shanks slander in my chat right now about how do we get to One Piece? Hold on. That being said, Shanks isn't a valid contestant for Strongest Swordsman because he ain't a swordsman. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. I'm tired of hearing this Shank slander, man. Yeah, okay, I mean, he can still use a sword. Like, Shanks can still use a sword just because he's not actually the strongest swordsman. He's in the Black Blade. Like, okay. Will he be the strongest swordsman? No, but... Fucking Shank slander all the time. Every time. Guy never gets a break despite doing nothing. The hockey sorcerer. Yeah, he's a hockey wizard. You're not wrong. He does have insane levels of future sight. Shanks is my goat, dude. So what if he lost his arm to like that Sea King at one time? FTG successfully rage bait. It's very easy to do, to be honest. 5G bullshit. Where you caught up on the manga? I'm caught up on many things.
There is a lift nearby.
My deep knowledge of nerd topics would probably shock and alarm you. It does make me wonder what I've been doing the past 15 years sometimes. Like, hey, I know what that is. When did I learn that? I fucking howl with laughter at like the chop fruit potential of mistake. And Race of Hours were so cracked I got mopped in narrow corridor earlier. I'll probably make a guide on those too at some point. Buggy's the Emperor of the One Piece world. Fact. Emperor definitely looks cooler than Buggy does. Say that. Brother! You're not, brother. I have landed on that brain thing. Percy Jackson will blitz an entire space marine. Alright guys, I know Percy Jackson is OP, okay? But he is the son of Poseidon. It only makes sense. It's only natural.
Another alien falls to the
Straven and Decimus lines that was cracking me up. They were pretty good. I think Shanks is one of my mysterious favorite overpowered characters in manga. I mean, he's probably gonna die to Blackbeard. That's probably how it all goes down. That's probably when we finally get to see what he actually does. I mean, he did like one-shot kid. That was pretty funny.
The dust storm has settled. Mission log. Servitors functioning normally.
You think the Techmarine's gonna mumble about welds like the tech priest in the hangar? Potentially. Wow, I didn't have to fight the boss. I actually perfect dodged it. That was a gamer moment.
There goes our range advantage.
That's why you spam your back dodge. I never watched Percy Jackson. It looks so shit. I might be wrong. Just read the books. Don't waste your time watching it. I mean, there's like a new series on it, but the books are good. You know, it was part of that like that cultural event period. You know, shout out to Scholastic book fairs for like bringing a whole generation young adult novels. Because I don't think I would have read half the books I got into as a child. Well, that's a lie because my parents forced me to read. But had I not been forced to read, Scholastic book fairs would have still gotten me into a lot of young adult novels when I was a kid. STG stroking every time he says Percy. I'm just stroking every day. What do you mean? This whole channel is just like the crescendo is going to be when I'm finally hospitalized. After the final crash out. I love the book fair. Yeah, I think that they did a great job pushing children to read. I think everyone should read books at some point in their life. I think it's really good for your brain in general. It definitely helps your, I'd say media literacy is actually pretty beneficial in the modern age. Scholastic did big time work. Yeah, Lego books and cheat code books have my money.
This is not a test of metal, but of patience.
The young adult wave in the mid-2000s was crazy. I think it was really good for that generation. I've always been an avid book reader. I just like books. I don't have as much time to read them anymore, so listen to audiobooks, but you know, for a long time when I was younger, I was like, oh man, I want adaptations of my favorite stuff. But like, as I got older, why do I need an adaptation of a book? Like, really? I think separating media formats is actually a good thing. I think some stories can only be told in a book. Same way some can only be told in a video game.
Complete.
Adaptations are a poison, 90% of the time true. Triple Y award, dude. What Chaos God did I piss off to deserve this? Hive Queen is beef with you personally. That's true. What it feels like sometimes. I can't do audiobooks. I find myself spacing out so I can read the words. Well, my favorite part of the day is when I finally get to go on a long, well-deserved walk. And that's when I read audiobooks. Shit on.
Attack refuel.
The tunneling Xenos burrows into the trick.
Me as an angel of death. Reloading.
Who do I call the power sword on tactical? Well, I mean, do you want like the religious answer or like the real answer? 'Cause, like, I would say go to your priest and pray, an altar of your choosing. Otherwise, the Focus Entertainment forums is where you can go beg the Saber directly. They are cool gods. They do not often respond to the wailings of the player base. The local Saber chaplain, yeah. Hey FTG, how do you trigger a gun strike if you don't get it off the block? Just use your perfect dodge. So you get gun strikes on them. I feel like a lot of players don't really care about perfect dodges in this game that much. But they don't really treat them as like an entity. It's something they just don't even try to practice in a lot of cases. But perfect dodging is actually a lot easier than people think it is. It is the tightest window in the game. Not too bad. I fear my deep knowledge of One Piece and the ADHD autism that drives it took over for a bit there. Well, the ADHD autism that drives One Piece fans is also why Tekken 101 is one of the biggest YouTubers on the entire platform. Anybody who tells you shouldn't like something is a fucking loser. Unless that thing's like evil or something, you know what I mean? But anybody who shits on you for your harmless hobby is a loser. Straight up. Never be ashamed of what you like. The heroic knife turns you into a dodging crack addict. Dodging crack addict, yep. Pretty much. That's a fun weapon.
New path ahead.
I wish the daily strats were shorter offs because it's so time consuming doing 30-40 minute runs for 10 to 15 accolades. Well, and that is time consuming, but it still consumes less time than one large siege mode match. Yeah, be ashamed of liking word bearers though. Yeah.
Lieutenant, payload is delivered.
Good. Deploy it.
Okay, imagine Assault the Power Gladius. Yeah, it'd be nuts. He looks so goofy with a knife though. He looks so goofy with a knife. Maybe they'll have a surprise where the power sword is put on tactical next patch. I know Hayes says he doesn't want power sword. He doesn't want power axe on the assault because it would be too OP. And I'm like, I don't really think that matters. Like, would it be a very strong weapon? Yeah. But is that really a bad thing? Like, it's not going to make my gameplay worse. It's not going to make my match worse, I don't. Hi, SCG. What's up, Julio? Power axe on assault, do you mean tack? Yeah, power axe and tack. That's what I was talking about. this the fencing sword? Yes, it is. Luna wolves overall. They haven't been around for a while, have they? Would love to know the Traitor Legion. Probably gonna be Red Corsairs. I'm pretty sure. They said there'll never be Emperor's Children in Space Marine 2, but Red Corsairs make a lot of sense. That will probably be revealed in the community update, though. Not the PPS, obviously. While you're playing with my girlfriend right now, Holistic Egg 9351, she loves this game. Oh, that's cool. We shall get her her weekly. Emperor's Children suffer from the Slanesh debuff. It truly is a powerful debuff to being represented in a game ever. Being a Slanesh cultist just means you're stuck in indie games for the rest of your life. That is the penance. What's the actual damage difference with fencing? Is like 2 to 3 extra swings. Well, the break point is like 2 swings on a block for certain attacks. This one can take like 2 extra power breaks. He did not respect the enraged devourer and he got very angry. Also, if we're going by tabletop standards, tacticals have access to pretty much every melee weapon in the game. Well, they're not like... First of all, Firstborn tacticals have more than Primaris do usually, and tacticals are also... I don't think we're a Stern Guard, but they should have most things. Most of the standard equipment.
The world is seen of souls concealed, now concealed. Be as an angel of death.
Still understand why attack doesn't have an Inferno pistol. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a pretty great question, because Inferno pistol's not even OP at all in this game. It's actually just a fun weapon. That's the best way I could put it. You felt that. One moment, get me the fuck out of here.
Deploy immediately. On it. All is away.
Ow. Lovely feeling.
Detonation in 5. Brace for shockwave.
Realistically, there's a noticeable difference because you block all the time. For what? It's something like it definitely matters. It doesn't not matter. All right, that's probably enough for me. Where shall we take this party to? I could raid Angry Joe, dude. One of these days, I'm gonna raid Angry Joe. One day. Snack tier list. Oh yeah, the snack tier list. No, I'll do that later. Tired. Been a long day. I've been doing stupid shit since I got up. I need food. I don't think I've eaten today. Work MP. We could raid Smirk. Just raid Haze though. Well, raid Haze. That's all for me, guys. All from me today. Bye bye.